Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution. Failed attempt to seize Iran's uranium stock. Failed attempt to seize Iran's uranium stocks. U.S. pilot rescue mission was a hoax. Before we get into that, let's be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, the mission we knew was a hoax. Let me fix my title. But we got to get into what actually happened and the devastation and the humiliation. That's why Trump is going insane, and the 25th Amendment might have to be placed on him. Let's get into the contents of the
It is April 6th, 2026. It's just after 8:30 a.m. local time here in Texas. And if you, like me, are starting off your Monday morning and wondering how in the world did the U.S. military, after failing at every other objective in the war against Iran, except maybe the mass killing of civilians, how did they pull off this daring mission in which they were able to go in and rescue not just one, but two pilots after Iran downed the F-15 fighter jet that they were flying? And in doing so, they bring in 100 special operations service members, and then the aircraft that they're flying in just happens to get stuck in the sand. So then the U.S. has to destroy it, but they get all the guys out. Nobody dies. Everybody's good. And definitely don't ask any questions about that one pilot that they rescued, because despite the president of the United States telling us that this man is a colonel, and despite reports out there telling us that this man was deeply religious, that he was thanking God when he was rescued, despite all of that, we have yet to see any images. We have yet to see any proof of life of this man. And we do not have any identification. If that is what you're thinking this morning, then you have come to the right place, because I have spent the weekend going over all of the different reports that are out there about what the U.S. says happened, what people on the ground say happened, what the images and videos are telling us, and really just trying to compile what in the world is going on here. And I do not think it's any coincidence that this reported special operation happened in Iran's Isfahan region. We're going to be getting into all of the latest, what we know so far about this sordid tale here in today's video. We have a lot to cover, so let's get to it. And let's start off with a statement we got from President Trump himself late Saturday night, in which he declared, quote, "We got him. My fellow Americans, over the past several hours, the U.S. military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in U.S. history for one of our incredible crew member officers, who also happens to be a highly respected colonel, and who I am thrilled to let you know is now safe and sound. This brave warrior was behind enemy lines in the treacherous mountains of Iran, being hunted down by our enemies, who were getting closer and closer by the hour, but was never truly alone, because his commander-in-chief, Secretary of War, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and fellow war fighters were monitoring his location 24 hours a day and diligently planning for his rescue." I hope I read that statement as dramatically as Trump wrote it there, because it sounds like a Hollywood action movie, doesn't it? Right? This idea that, oh, well, an F-15 fighter jet got shot down, so then you had to send in really everyone, right? This claim that he sent a dozen aircraft in for one guy that was stuck in the mountains. You jeopardized at least 100 service members, maybe more. You jeopardized all of their lives for this one pilot that you say was stuck in a mountain. That we're going to get to how he got there, because he did not crash there. He apparently walked over 100 miles, and that in and of itself is another aspect to this story. But let's just highlight what Trump is saying here, the claims he is making, right? Highly respected colonel, the U.S. did everything possible. They got him. And apparently they also got the first pilot too, which I have more questions there, because not a lot is being said about this first pilot. I know that there are some reports out now that the CIA was using the claim that, oh, the US got him as a way to try to get Iran to not pay attention to the apparently a dozen aircraft that were landing in their country that just so happened to be a little ways out from where this guy actually was. But I now want to get into what the mainstream media, what they are saying about this, because we have Trump's statement that came out late Saturday night, and then he said plenty more going into Sunday. I also want to look at what these media reports are saying about what they claim happened in this mission. Because you have Reuters declaring that the rescue unfolded with near perfect precision, that under the cover of darkness, U.S. commandos slipped deep into Iran undetected, scaled a 7,000-foot bridge, and pulled a stranded American weapons specialist to safety, moving him toward a secret rendezvous point before dawn on Sunday. So as if Trump weren't giving us enough of a Hollywood story, Reuters certainly has their own version. That's exactly how it's written. I know that this is not the only version out there, but this is the article that I want to focus on here for a minute, because they specifically say that two MC-130 aircraft that had ferried some of the roughly 100 special operations forces into rugged terrain south of Tehran suffered a mechanical failure and could not take off, according to anonymous officials. Now, okay, I know I'm already going to get comments on this that are like, well, you have not served in the military, you're not a military specialist. I will be having this conversation with people this week who are military specialists, so we can get a little bit more into the details here. But just off of my reading off of this, of not being a military specialist, why are we sending 100 special forces in to find this one guy? Or maybe I should say to retrieve this one guy, because the US had his location, as they're saying here, right? They knew exactly where he was as he was apparently traveling 100 miles and crawling into the crevice of a mountain. But they send in 100 special forces.
And it just so happened to be that location was right near Iran's nuclear enrichment facility. Same place. So they just so happened to do this daring rescue search operation. Well, y'all think Iran is hiding its nuclear enrichment capabilities?
And then not just one, but two of their aircraft get stuck. They say suddenly elite commandos risk being stuck behind enemy lines. Their commanders made a high-risk decision, ordering additional aircraft to fly into Iran to extract the group in waves, a decision that left the elite commandos waiting for a couple of tense hours. They then claim that the gamble worked. The rescue force was pulled out in stages and U.S. troops destroyed the disabled MC-130s and 4 additional helicopters inside Iran rather than risk leaving sensitive equipment behind. Okay, so not only did they fly in 100 special forces, but now they've got to get all of these guys out. And then they've got to destroy all of this equipment that's magically just stuck in the mud. And this is the story that we are supposed to believe, that all of this happened for this one pilot. But on top of that, that none of the rest of these guys got killed, right? They all got out alive. Everything's fine. Don't ask any questions. Now, this article does specifically say that the rescued U.S. weapons specialist was the second of 2 crew members on an F-15E Strike Eagle fighter jet that Iran said on Friday had been hit by its air defenses. They got to throw that in there because Trump told the world that Iran doesn't have any more air defenses or anti-aircraft capabilities. Well, the U.S. official said that the plane was flying over the Isfahan province when it was brought down and the 2 airmen ejected separately. The pilot was rescued while the second airman remained in Iran. They then say that this colonel sprained his ankle but hid in a crevice on a hilltop, which I've got questions about how he got there. And those questions are not answered in this article. Also, some questions about where this airman was supposed to have ejected, because this article specifically says that these 2 went separately, right? The first one was supposed to have been rescued immediately, which we're not hearing anything about that. We're only hearing about the dramatic rescue of the guy who sprained his ankle, somehow got into a crevice on a hilltop of a mountain, and then the US came in and they
No.
rescued him. Meanwhile, you have another
100 miles
anonymous
away.
source telling Air and Space Forces magazine that US MQ-9 Reaper drones protected the rescued F-15E crew member by striking Iranian military-aged males believed to be a threat who got within 3 kilometers of the airman. Y'all, it has been a while since we have seen this level of ridiculous. I mean, this is like Ghost of Kiev ridiculous here. Okay, the idea that you sent in some MQ-9 Reaper drones, just, by the way, that we should also add, right? Obviously, we all knew that there were these reports that an F-15 fighter jet had been shot down, or as the US would want to say, had crashed. And immediately there were reports, right? What happened to the pilots? The pilots, we believe, ejected. We did not have US confirmation that they had been quote unquote rescued or killed or whatever. But the idea that the US is sending an MQ-9 Reaper drones around the specific area where this guy is, so calling attention to his location, while at the same time they're trying not to get the Iranians to come in and to get to him first. Why are you doing everything possible to call more attention to where he is? Oh, and you're only targeting military-aged males. Like, this desperate attempt to try to make the US military look legitimate is just sad at this point. Now, you did notably have a spokesman for the Iranian military telling state media that US forces had used an abandoned airport in the southern Isfahan province, which lies to the northwest of the area where the airman was ejected. And I know that all of the talk is about Isfahan right now, but we actually have to remember that's not where the F-15 was initially said to have crashed. You have the BBC noting that at the time, footage posted on social media and verified by the BBC shows a refueling plane and 2 helicopters flying low over the Khuzestan province, consistent with a search and rescue mission. And as friend of the show, Carl Zaw, noted on X, can someone explain how the rescued pilot walked to Isfahan while wounded when the jet went down near the Persian Gulf?
Now imagine that. This is very important. That's 100 miles away. No way in hell no injured pilot was going to make it no 100 miles in a day.
Sam Youssef on X also noted that the rescue of the second pilot gets so much more interesting when you realize that he walked 110 miles in a single day to get to his location from the crash site and the other pilot. So clearly the official narrative does not make any sense here. And yes, that includes if you take into account the claim that, oh, these 2 pilots were ejected separately. Well, how far separately, right? Are you telling me that this other pilot was thrown an extra 100 miles into Isfahan and then he magically crawled his way up into a mountaintop? Okay, we've established the fact that none of this adds up, but why Isfahan? And why send 100 special operations servicemen to that region unless maybe, let's say, you were trying to carry out a special operation? Because just over a week ago, a report was published by the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientist, working with the French newspaper Le Monde, in which they analyzed a previously unreported satellite image of the Iranian nuclear site at Isfahan, showing a large truck loaded with containers. They say experts said they could not be certain what the containers held, but the timing of the image, the type of load, and other indirect evidence suggests that Iran may have placed a significant quantity of highly enriched uranium, possibly all of its inventory, at the facility ahead of the June 2025 strikes by Israel and the US. Interesting. So you're telling me that the US would have had a reason to quote unquote take.
Iran don't have to move nothing over anything. If Iran wants to move is rich uranium, it can do that underground. No satellite will ever catch it. Anything you see them doing above ground is a diversion.
Over an abandoned airport in the region to send over 100 special operations servicemen to go in with the idea that maybe they were going to carry out an operation trying to seize what they believed was highly enriched uranium at the nuclear facility in Isfahan. Because you did have Iran reporting that it shot down 2 US C-130 support aircraft and 2 Black Hawk helicopters in Isfahan. You also have Iran releasing video footage of the wreckage there. Remember, the US told us that they destroyed these aircraft, that this was what got stuck in the mud and therefore they had to completely destroy it. But instead, you have local media noting that the explosion was so massive that the aircraft shape was scorched into the ground. But we're told that this was just a rescue mission, that no one died here, that the planes just got stuck in the mud and therefore had to be destroyed. Never mind the images now circulating in Iranian media showing the loss of 12 aircraft, including 2 C-130 transport planes, 4 Little Bird helicopters, 4 Black Hawk helicopters, and 2 MQ-9 drones in a single operation.
Contact Roberts Air for all your heating and cooling needs.
So, what was the plan here? That's got to be the biggest question in the aftermath of this. Was the plan to use the F 15 fighter jet as a diversion? Because that's what it seems like, right? You get this jet that is shot down near the Persian Gulf, then there is this frantic search for the pilots. That seems to be the real distraction. While what the US was attempting to do over in Isfahan was to launch an operation aimed at trying to seize what they believed was enriched uranium at this nuclear facility. Yet clearly it all fell apart. Clearly, if that was the plan, and again, we don't have confirmation of this. We are just looking at what we know so far. But based on all of the images and videos, the US sent quite a bit of metal into Isfahan. They were trying to do something. Now, clearly it failed. Clearly, there are a lot of lies being told here. And it doesn't seem as a coincidence that so much of this is covered up by this heroic story, right? We're told that the US military carried out this daring capture of these 2 pilots. Well, really the one pilot, because they don't want to talk about the first one, but the second pilot, that we are supposed to just focus in on this story about this pilot who, again, we don't know his name. We don't know anything about him other than the fact that he is a colonel with a sprained ankle who apparently has superhuman capabilities and that the US rescued him. Don't ask any questions about all of the aircraft that were destroyed, how they were destroyed, how Iran was involved in that destruction, or how many troops perished in this overall operation. We're not supposed to ask any of those questions, and we're now supposed to move on because now we have these reports circulating saying, oh, everything's fine now, right? Because Trump has set this deadline for Tuesday. He has told the world that Iran has until Tuesday to agree to a deal, or else he's going to carry out a spree of war crimes targeting their bridges, targeting their civilian infrastructure, their electricity infrastructure. And what do you know? Iran has agreed to get into talks about a 45-day ceasefire, except that they haven't, and it's just the US trying to get this proposal through a third-party mediator. And I commented this in a post on X, but why would Iran agree to a deal right now? Why would they agree to a deal so that they can get attacked in, 6 months? That they just have to sit around and wait to see when the US and Israel are going to violate this magic ceasefire they agree to? You know, like Israel has violated literally every other ceasefire. Why would Iran agree to stop what has become a war of attrition? Iran is actively demilitarizing West Asia of not only the US, but NATO. I mean, we watched NATO run out of Iraq. We've got Iran in a position where they have made 13 US military bases uninhabitable, according to the New York Times. We've got Iran over here raining down ballistic missiles on Israel on a daily basis, now in coordination with Hezbollah in Lebanon and with Ansar Allah in Yemen. Israel is being attacked like never before. We have Iran over here taking out US military assets left and right, whether that's Iran literally taking them out or the US claiming that they're destroying them, because they had to, because they got stuck in the mud. Whatever that may be, that's the destruction of key US military assets. And I got a couple comments, some very choice comments saying that I shouldn't be commenting on this situation literally just because I'm a woman, which those people have some issues. But beyond that, I got a comment saying, why are you rooting against the US, right? If you're an American citizen, if you live in the US, why are you rooting against your own country? And I don't think people understand. It's not about rooting for or against anyone. It's about accountability. And as an American, I would argue that one of the most important things you can do is to demand accountability for your country and for your government.
Aquí en Culver's venimos a chismear, a platicar, a comer.
La comida está súper rica.
A mí me gusta la gente.
Right? The idea that the US should be allowed to just do whatever it wants around the world, to support an all out genocide against the Palestinians, to wage endless wars, to murder civilians at will, just because they feel like it. Refer to it as collateral damage. Who cares if they kill over 100 girls in a school when they are launching an illegal war of aggression against a sovereign nation? To claim any of that is to ignore reality, to ignore the fact that you have people at the top that are getting away with these endless wars and who need to be held accountable. And yes, that accountability comes from countries like Iran that are fighting back like never before. They're showing the US what they are capable of and that this region is not going to be messed with any longer. It also comes from the American people standing up and calling out their government. That is the most patriotic thing you can do, to turn a blind eye or to act as though, oh, well, I love this country, so I'm not going to question the government, or, oh, I'm a real big fan of Donald Trump, therefore I'm just going to look the other way and not question any of his policies. That is the opposite of what you should be doing. It doesn't matter who's in office. It doesn't matter what political party is allegedly in control when it's the entire US establishment. I did not mean to go on a full rant here, but sometimes I just see some of those comments and it makes me step back a little bit. And I know that on the internet, you can be anonymous. You can be whoever you want. You can say whatever you want. And so you end up getting people saying things that maybe they wouldn't say if they saw you at the grocery store and they were walking up and talking to you in person. But it is something to keep in mind as we are watching this play out, as we are watching truly history being made right now, because finally someone is standing up to the United States. Finally, someone is calling out the US and telling them, you cannot keep doing this. You can't keep engaging in these endless wars, right? You tried to do it to Russia. You want to do it to China. And now you are trying to do it to Iran. And Iran is standing up to you and telling you that things have gone too far. And now they are going to follow through on everything they promised they would. And that is something everyone should be talking about. If anything,
dissect this narrative to see what really happened by the Iranian Isfahan nuclear facility, where that second crew member of the F-15E was rescued. And according to the Trump regime, there was a special forces operation that involved hundreds of special forces who were involved in this extraction. There were these massive C-130 planes. There were MQ-9 Reaper drones. There were all of these helicopters. And then the C-130s apparently got stuck in the mud and it couldn't fly out. So then the U.S. claimed it had to destroy the C-130 planes that are like hundreds of millions of dollars. And apparently the individual who was rescued was a high-ranking colonel, and we don't know who that individual is, and maybe we'll learn his identity today. I don't know. But there are a lot of questions here that I think we need to dig into and push back at the narrative. And again, the narrative that's being pushed by the Trump regime may be accurate, but they lie about everything. And there are certain things that I just have a lot of questions about. For example, the rescue of the second crew member gets a lot more interesting, as this account points out, when you realize that he apparently walked 110 miles in a single day, based on the Trump narrative, to get to his location from the crash site and the other pilot. And you can see right here where the airfield is geolocated. You can see where the individual was basically rescued, kind of southeast of Isfahan. When you look at the debris of the aircraft that the U.S. said it destroyed on its own to prevent it from getting into Iranian hands, I mean, it appears that there are marks of bullets or air bursts on the shell of the C-130 Hercules aircraft that, again, the U.S. said they blew it up right by Isfahan. Iran claims they shot it out of the air. What actually happened with these aircrafts? Again, I think that we should try to dissect this narrative to see if it makes sense. As this Nerd Tech account says, C-130s don't get stuck that easily, not even in sand, let alone the hard ground near Isfahan, 400 kilometers deep inside Iran and very far away from the downed pilot. And it's impossible for multiple helicopters to also get stuck next to the C-130 wreckage. So there's helicopter wreckage, there's C-130 wreckage right next to it. And then there's the fact that the United States apparently created, they say, a forward operating base in Iran to conduct this mission for this other crew member. Take a look right here. Iranian media published this video showing the charred wreckage of this C-130, which alone is worth more than $200 million in Isfahan. Iran's claim is that they destroyed them during a failed U.S. rescue attempt, while the U.S. Air Force says it destroyed its own MC-130D transport planes after a mechanical failure. But it's not just the MC-130. I mean, the Iranian mission to EU lists the aircraft that it claims were shot down and destroyed by Iran, but we know that most of these aircrafts that they listed were destroyed. It's just Iran says they destroyed it. The U.S. said that they blew up their own aircraft. Well, first, we know that the F-15E was indeed shot down by Iran, even though Donald Trump said that the U.S. had complete air superiority and seemed to imply that there was air supremacy because the Trump regime said Iran just had BB guns. There were these two HH-60 helicopters that were damaged in the apparent search and rescue mission of the two F-15E pilots. Then there were two MH-6 Little Bird helicopters. One of those, or two of those, potentially were destroyed in the search and rescue operation. An A-10 Thunderbolt was destroyed in the search and rescue operation. That was shot down as well. Two C-130 Hercules. I mean, those big planes that carry like 60 special forces in them. Two MQ-9 Reapers destroyed. Two C-130 Herculeses were destroyed. This one account says what's in my head. And again, I'm not veering into conspiracy. I'm not saying this is what happened. I want to be very careful. I just know Trump and his regime lie about literally everything. But this is what I've been trying to get at for the last 48 hours, if you've been watching my reporting. I'm beginning to think this was not a rescue operation, but was rather a targeting of a high-value facility near Isfahan. That's where Iran has its nuclear facility, because
it wasn't a rescue operation. That's why I told you, I said, damn, United States, they wouldn't show the pilot with the American flag in his hand, even if he was injured, just a fist pump USA, a peace sign. After our great soldiers get him flying back to the, none of that, because they were making that shit all up. Now they could present some dude as a captain or the pilot who would say, man, everybody gonna know that's fictitious. This is what really happened. They tried to do the
no way.
Iran sniffed it out, played along with them, and then whooped their butt when they was in Iran. That's just what happened. And the U.S. mission failed. No Hollywood endings.
That pilot was lost just near Isfahan. His last known location was literally 200 kilometers from that point. And then there was all of the reporting, remember last week, that the United States was going to send its special forces to extract the uranium from Isfahan. Remember, that's what they said. U.S.
Weeks ago, they told us they were sending special forces from Japan all over the place. They pretend like they were going to go seize Karg Island. In the military, like, please, that's going to be a death trap. It was all smoke and mirror. They really was trying to go seize the enriched uranium, which the Iranians baited them into thinking it was over there. They don't know where that shit is. It's deep underground, under mountains. These people is looking foolish by the day.
Special forces would go in, they'd get it, they'd build their own. Remember, they had to build their own runway. Then they were going to go and do the extraction and then get out using their own runway. You remember all of that? Like, that's what the U.S. said it was going to do. Was this that operation that didn't go as planned? And now the deception was this was a search and rescue operation for an F-15E pilot. I mean, we know that the F-15E was shot down, so that's the case. But one of the things why I start thinking, was this a deception operation, was because right after the rescue of this F-15E pilot, according to, this was what state regime media, Fox, put out. According to a senior administration official, prior to locating the WSO, the weapons system officer, that was the second crew member, and the U.S. military's daring rescue, the CIA first launched a deception campaign spreading word inside Iran that U.S. forces had already found him and were moving him on the ground for exfiltration out of the country. While the Iranians were confused and uncertain of what was happening, the agency used its unique, exquisite capabilities to search for and find the American airmen. This was the ultimate needle in the haystack, but in this case, it was a brave American soul inside a mountain crevice, invisible but for the CIA's capabilities. Just pause there. I mean, what, are you writing a script for some movie, for some Tom Clancy movie? Like, what are we doing here? The CIA immediately shared the WSO's exact location with the Pentagon and the White House. The president ordered an immediate rescue mission, which CENTCOM executed with boldness and precision, with the CIA continuing to provide real-time information. I mean, that's just a propaganda press release right there. And again, when they're talking about deception campaigns, I just wonder, was the deception campaign more about the pilot and the other crew member, when the real mission that was being conducted was the Isfahan nuclear facility operation, and that was not able to be successful? So then everybody had to be extracted. And was that really what happened? Again, I don't want to veer into conspiracy land, but about $500 million of equipment, of aircraft and helicopters, was all destroyed in the same area. There was a forward Air Force base that we created there, apparently. Arnaud Bertrand, this is how he describes it as well. So if I got this right, here's the narrative. A U.S. F-15E fighter jet got shot down over Iran, despite Trump saying 2 days beforehand in his nationwide address that Iran has no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. The plane's weapons system officer, a highly respected colonel, according to Trump, ejected from the plane and got seriously
Trump talking to the American people now, trying to sell this lie to the people.
Wounded still, according to Trump. He still managed to hike up a 7,000-foot, 2.1-kilometer mountain ridgeline and hide in a crevice in the Zagros Mountains. Despite his wounds, U.S. MQ-9 Reaper drones started killing all of the Iranian military-aged males believed to be a threat who got within 3 kilometers of the American location.
Now imagine that, what they just said. They start killing all of the Iranian military age males, meaning anybody 13 and over. They said they killed. Man, please. So you told me if a 12-year-old, how can they tell if you 13 or if you, how do they know you're not 11? You look older. They lying. See, they would try to kill everybody, but they trying to act like they wouldn't commit no war. They would kill any grandma, any child, any female, anybody tried to get close to what they said was a down pilot. But here they go lying. They thought that, well, we just was killing any military age man. Stop lying.
Retrieve him, the U.S. managed to seize an abandoned airport 200 miles deep inside Iran near Isfahan, which happens to be where Iran's largest atomic scientific center is located. They landed 2 MC-130 military transport planes in an operation involving hundreds of special forces troops and military personnel. Both MC-130 planes got stuck in the sand, and the U.S. destroyed them themselves to prevent them from falling into Iranian hands. They deployed 3 new aircraft to extract all the U.S. personnel on the ground. There are videos circulating online of heavy clashes with presumably Iranian missiles raining down in Kuligye County. in the Zagros Mountains during the night. Iran sent pictures of the aftermath at the abandoned airport, and it's a site of utter destruction, with the U.S. plane and MH-6 helicopter parts scattered all over the ground, still smoking. I showed you those videos before. Iran claims they are the ones who, in fact, destroyed all the aircraft. Meanwhile, a second U.S. plane, an A-10 Warthog, also crashed on Friday near the Strait of Hormuz, according to 2 U.S. officials speaking to the New York Times. In that instance, too, the lone pilot was apparently safely rescued. In all this, after multiple planes and helicopters destroyed or shot down, the documented heavy clashes, the hundreds of special forces troops and military personnel operating deep inside Iran, not a single U.S. soldier was reported killed or even wounded, according to Trump. And the highly respected colonel this was all for, no name, no photo, no interview. Nobody has spoken to him or knows who he is. So to sum it all up, anti-aircraft equipment that supposedly didn't exist shot down an F-15 and apparently an A-10 Warthog the same day. A seriously wounded man climbed a 2.1-kilometer mountain. The U.S. seized an airfield 200 miles inside a country it's at war with, next to one of its most strategic nuclear sites, and deployed hundreds of troops, all apparently unimpeded, lost 2 planes to sand, and destroyed their own helicopters. Videos show heavy clashes, missiles raining down, but not a single person got even wounded. And the man at the center of it all, nobody knows who he is, completely anonymous, 0 pictures, but Trump says he's safe and sound, and so is the rescued A-10 Warthog pilot, who also remains anonymous. Trump concludes this all proves the U.S. has achieved overwhelming air dominance and superiority over the Iranian sky, despite the whole episode only happening because Iran shot his planes out of the sky. Basically, the only thing that's overwhelming here is the audacity of the storytelling. Now, Iran's version of events, Iranian link sources are saying the following is what they believe happens. It resulted in significant U.S. losses under combat conditions. They say Iranian forces engaged U.S. aircraft and ground elements, leading to the destruction of multiple assets, including 2 C-130 MC-130 transport aircrafts, 2 Black Hawk helicopters, drones, including an MQ-9 Reaper and a Hermes 900. Iranian media also reported intense ground clashes in the area during the rescue attempt. Fars news agency says 9 Iranians were killed and 7 wounded. State-linked commentary drew comparisons to Operation Eagle Claw, the failed U.S. rescue mission in Iran, framing the latest operation as a similar, deeper setback. An advisor to Parliament Speaker Mohammad Ghalibaf described the mission as a historic failure, claiming U.S. forces suffered losses across multiple aircraft types, suggesting the scale of the operation had been downplayed by Washington. And so, there you have those facts. I lay them out for us to ask the questions, what really happened here? We know the Trump regime lies about everything. It was so close to Isfahan. How did this second member get so far away so quickly? By the facility, hundreds of special forces, a military base created that's consistent with what they were talking about with the Isfahan extraction mission, what that would have looked like, where they were going to go in. Remember, the special forces would go in, they'd extract the uranium. People are like, well, how are they going to do that? Was that what this was actually happening, and that it didn't go according to plan? And then the pilot was part of, the pretext, the CIA deception. I truly don't know. I truly don't know. But I lay out everything that we know. And look, as I've said before, I think it is even in a unlawful, catastrophic war where we shouldn't be there. We should not be there, in my opinion. It is a good thing, a very good thing, that this F-15 pilot was rescued. If that's actually what happened, and the crew, that's great that they're rescued. What happened? Who are the people? Will we get the true narrative? Maybe that's what he'll talk about at 10 a.m. today, right? Maybe that's what he'll talk about. We'll see the people and we'll get the facts.
One air, 5 or maybe 6 U.S. aircraft destroyed on the ground in Iran. One aircraft pilot has been returned, and apparently no casualties on the U.S. side. At least that's the official statement here. But there is a lot of confusion and a lot of contradictory statements, especially what's being said and what we've seen on the ground. And you're just seeing a bit of the evidence there of just the graveyard of disaster that used to be a lot of high-dollar American aircraft, both helicopters and large C-130 type aircraft here. A lot of things have been claimed here that this was more than just an operation to extract a pilot. Others are saying, no, this is all what it was as well. And we're going to try to figure out what the reality is of what has happened over these recent days. And then, of course, we're going to be looking to what may be happening in the very near future in this war itself. And to try and figure that out today, we have back with us for the first time in a while, Jim Webb, who's a former Marine Corps veteran, defense and foreign policy consultant. And you can see his social media tag there at JamesWebb_16. Jim, welcome back to the show.
Dan, great to see you again. Thanks for having me.
Really glad to have you on here. I mean, because I'm going to be kind of tapping into your experience both as a Marine, as a combat veteran, and then some of your knowledge about how some of these things work here. But let's just jump right into what's being claimed. I mean, just on the surface of it, it's like at first we said, and President Trump was, have 2 thumbs up in this big Truth Social that he said that we got him. We didn't lose anybody. It was a big victory here. We pulled the guy out and Iran couldn't stop us. What do you make of that part of it, the story?
I'm sure wipe you off.
So first of all, like my hat's off to the CSAR guys and everybody from the SOF community who went in and grabbed that pilot. It's I was a heck of a job. Regardless of all the different tentacles that are coming off this, it took a lot of guts to go in there and grab him. I'm glad our guy is back. But right out of the gate, the main issue I have with this is that it is more obfuscation in a conflict or war that was not started really with the consultation of the American people. And we don't have a whole lot of clarity or really honesty from the Department of Defense, from the executive branch as to what is going on the ground, or the rationale for even being there. And that creates a lot of consternation. And when you start taking a look at the amount of equipment we lost on this mission, the footprint itself is indicative of a larger operation that was going on, or perhaps bumped into the fact that we had a down pilot in the region. And without leadership or guidance from the top, explaining exactly, what we're doing in this particular area, what we were striking, what our overall intent is, it allows people to really think, about all the different contingencies here. And if you take a look at the doctrine for going to get a down pilot, you want a very small footprint. You have specialized people in the Air Force who go and pick these guys up. They try to slip in, slip out. They go to a radio beacon. But what we're seeing today, and this is what's really opened my eyes, was today seeing that, there are some 76 aircraft involved in this and potentially hundreds of guys. And, when you're taking a look at the different contingencies in place or what could have possibly happened, it really opens a lot of doors into, maybe they were going to grab the nuclear dust, or, perhaps the most logical and baseline thing is they were thinking they were going to contact and brought a lot of people with them. Feeding that is the traditional way that these teams go in. It's traditionally an Air Force operation to recover their personnel. We have a lot of people on the deck, apparently, from different branches of the service. DevGru or SEAL Team 6 was there. The 160th looks like they were there with the little birds on the deck, which is an odd thing. They would have flown in on those C-130s and been pulled off the back and put into action. That would be, very atypical. That is a very heavy footprint, would have attracted a lot of attention, and it appears to have done so.
By the way, I'm showing on the screen here. This is an MH6 Little Bird. This is what there was 4 of these, according to the wreckage we've been able to ascertain.
Correct, and 2 of those can fit on the back of a C-130 at one time. And as you saw in the image there, those are operators going into a target on a raid or a training mission. But more often than not, those are equipped for in a close air support type of role. which is indicative of a really different kind of operation that was potentially going on, Dan. So I think I have a lot of questions about this, about what we were actually doing, and would like some clarity from the president and the Department of Defense on what we're really up to. But the baseline here is that this did not particularly go well. We lost several aircraft in the air and on the ground, and our footprint there was discovered, and the Iranians came down on whomever was there very, very quickly. And it portends to, in a very negative way, towards any kind of further ground operations that could be going on inside of Iran. And I hope people in leadership notice that.
And I'm just getting some breaking news here. President Trump is going to be giving a press conference at 1 o'clock, which we're going to cover, by the way. You'll see on our channel here. But he released his statement just a second ago. This is just minutes ago. President Trump said, "If I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil, because it's there for the taking." That's not a thing there's not a thing they can do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil. I'd keep the oil. I would make plenty of money. What do you make of that? Because that's supposed to be illegal to just say, I'm just going to go and take the resource of another country. Of course, we just did it. It was Venezuela, and he successfully did it. But you see that his eyes are on something besides American national security.
Right. I mean, and now we have the fifth or sixth different objective of the war in Iran. And it started, not with regime change, but we took out the old Ayatollah right out of the gate. Supposedly it was then about, nukes, but we took the nukes out in June. Now we're chasing nuclear dust. We have the Strait of Hormuz, which is closed, and that is a problem that we created. I can tell you from my experience on Capitol Hill, and engaging in track 2 negotiations with the Iranians many, many years ago, that this was their most probable and most dangerous course of action. Should the regime be threatened in an existential way, which it really, really is, undoubtedly, we've attacked their leadership over and over and over again, to include negotiators. And yes, seizing the oil is very much illegal, and quite a return to mercantilism from back in the colonial era. But the probability of doing that and the likelihood, I don't think is very high. We do not have the assets in the region to conduct a major ground operation. This incursion with some of our best assets and best people appeared to have gone quite sideways despite getting the pilot out. But we got off the deck really, really, really fast, and I'm glad we did get the guy out. And a lot of this has to do with the fact that there's a lot of bluster about how much of the airspace we actually control. And if we're going to do things on the ground, we need to control the airspace. We have lost, by CENTCOM's estimation, about an aircraft a day. Not all of those are up in the air, but I've talked to my people inside of the military. I still have a lot of peers who are serving at very high levels, and got a pretty disturbing view of our preparedness for what the Iranians are doing with their anti-aircraft systems. They're using a lot of passive IR. This is not something new. It's just something we haven't prepared for and really don't have any countermeasures for. And
I wonder if you could just kind of speak, because there's those who may not know what passive IR is. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because I've seen that about some potential loitering missions, but can you explain what that is?
So, okay, grain of salt here. I'm a ground guy. I know it about as well as I can as a former grunt. But really, what they're doing is it's an optical based type of system. Now, if you're familiar with some of the ground systems that we use, somebody is looking actively through an optic. It'd be similar to a tow system. The passive IR is within the missile itself, where it's being partially guided by eye up towards an aircraft. And then within the last certain percent of the travel, it picks up on a heat signature and then zooms into the heat signature. So if you look at the images of the F-35 that got hit, or any of the aircraft that are getting hit, the still shots, you'll see the impacts are in the tailpipe, meaning they're closing the distance and homing in on the infrared signature in the back. And going towards the engines. Now, another step down from this, and sorry for the pause there, Dan, is that in order for the pilots to see this, they have to have some kind of sensor which picks up the point of launch. And it doesn't appear that our aircraft are equipped with that right And we don't have an ability to really disrupt it other than the standard flare systems coming off the back of the aircraft. But when you have somebody who can guide it optically past those flare systems, then it's a pretty comprehensive way to defeat it.
And I'm showing on the screen here about this is one of the infrared systems and why it challenges American air supremacy, because we've kind of always said, hey, you know what, nobody can do anything to take us down. And, we saw Pete Hegseth say multiple times, President Trump repeated it, we have mastery of the skies, not just air superiority, but mastery. They can do nothing. You remember that whole, we can just hover around and all they can do is just look up in the sky. They can't do anything. And now then we see that we are continuing to lose. And it's the last 3 or 4 days, we've, I think, lost 7 or 8 different aircraft, to include a couple of A-10s, an F-15, possibly an F-16, and 4 Little Birds and 2 M60 Black Hawk tops, and then 1 Chinook that was on the ground that was hit by a drone, actually just completely obliterated. So we've lost a lot of stuff in here, and a lot of it's in the air on top of these aircraft here. I mean, in this mission.
Correct. And what we're seeing is these losses are happening as we penetrate deeper into Iran. It turns out that a lot of this contact took place closer to Isfahan. It was initially reported as if it was, close to the Iranian coast, which it looks like we've been working over pretty well, over the past couple of weeks, and taking out some of these systems 1 and 2 at a time if we're hitting them. But we're running into a lot of resistance as we penetrate deeper and deeper, and it's indicative, or it showed up in this last mission here. So
by the way, I'm showing an image on the screen here on the lower left-hand side there. You see U.S. search aircraft filmed operating in this area. This is where allegedly the F-15 was taken down, that jettisoned these 2 pilots. And then you can see in the upper right-hand corner, the other red box, are wreckage of the U.S. transport aircraft, which were right by Isfahan, which is one of the reasons why evidence is starting to pile up that this was more than just an operation to extract the pilot. And so I showed you the image, Little Birds. This is not something, if you're going to go, and correct me if you're wrong, and I understand that you're a ground pounder. That's why we love you. But still, I mean, you're part of a military, especially in the Marines, that, we have that whole thing that we never leave a guy behind. So of course, anybody goes down, we're going to do whatever we need to go get them back. But you're also going to go in there, from what I have read, and I was looking at the Air Force manual on these CSAR kind of operations, and the idea is you go in there with the smallest footprint that you need to get the job done. You're not going to go in with a couple of these. These is what the wreckage you saw there. These HC-130J Combat King 2, as my understanding. You're not going to go in with these which can hold, a company plus of men. These 2 of them. Why would you go in there with that many people if your objective was to just get that pilot back?
Yeah, so to argue the other side of this, right? Occam's razor will say it's the most simplistic thing. This was a recovery mission for a pilot. He had been on the ground long enough where hypothetically the Iranians knew where he was, and there was an anticipation that they were moving to contact on this. Typical insertion method by a large-scale special operations force in the United States. The bulk of those guys are going to come in on an MH-47, a Chinook, long-range Chinook. But given the air threat environment in Iran right now, a slow-moving Chinook is just a giant target. So I think there is there's room to say that, hey, we would put the blocking force to seal off this runway or the raid area, put in the cordon on the back of C-130s and fly them in to increase survivability. Now, when you start looking at the number of aircraft that were potentially involved, coupled with the fact that we had MH6s on the deck, or A6s on the deck, which are a close air support platform, in particularly a close air support platform, or a delivery method for people onto an objective, it really starts to lose any kind of probabilities that, or any kind of likelihood this was strictly a mission to get one guy. I don't want to throw, that possibility totally out, because if you're delivering people by a blocking force by a C-130, they have to disembark the C-130, then they're probably on foot. and it creates a very small area where you can potentially cordon, and you have to move there on foot as opposed to being dropped directly in on specific target areas. So it's the narrative that this was strictly to get one guy rapidly loses its steam, but I don't want to say that it is completely improbable that that's what they're doing.
Well, and I'm going to go a step further, and I am going to say it is. I'm going to show you why. I'd like your view on this. Let's first put up this. This is Isfahan, the place where the nuclear project is, where there's reported that there's a lot of this nuclear dust. So they say this reprocessed material that was there. So you can see that the location is about 30 miles southeast of that location. That's where the wreckage is. I'm gonna show you a zoom in on that here with the Google Earth, which is really important here because there's going to be something that does not fit with what we were told. So the claim is that the pilot was hiding in the crevice of some mountains, and we had to go in there to get him out. But so here's Isfahan, and you may have noticed in some of those images that Gary was showing some mountains in the background. Well, we've been able to geolocate this, and it was somewhere around here. So those C-130s went in. They said they used a makeshift desert runway, which probably was just some of the roads. It could have been this one here, could have been this one here, but it was somewhere around here. But these aircraft are made to be able to land on improvised runways. Well, you see, this is nowhere near a mountain crevice. If you were going to land here because you were going to go, provide security while you captured somebody or retrieve somebody, the mountains are way up here, not down here. But this is something that's in the distance of Isfahan. So this is where the thing may have been. And even then, so if that was actually your target, I mean, number one, just talk to me about this as a ground guy, because you're talking about sending in a ground force this far away, 30 miles away is where this thing was on the ground, and it's too far away to do anything here. And why would you set the birds down this far away from where the pilot allegedly was when all you want to do is get him out and get in? But if your target was actually Isfahan, then that's a long way away, and all you've got is 4 little birds to get you there. And that means you have no combat power to actually force to take anything out. So I'm having a hard time coming up with any plausible scenario that this made any sense for either of these missions. And I'm worried about that. What do you think?
I agree with you, Dan. So this is where my thought process starts to evolve on this, is that, the missions themselves don't have to be mutually exclusive. The more you look at this and you point out where they landed and where the pilot was, it starts to look more to me like perhaps the pilot was flying in support of something else, got shot down, and then effectively bumped into, the force on the ground preparing to do something else. So it's one mission bumping into another and then compromising the overall intent. And then what would be prudent in that situation, we don't leave guys behind, is that we would tear down effectively the other mission, which would have been the raid into Isfahan, to make sure that we got the pilot out, but also because when he went down up in the mountains, he was effectively right on top of where these other guys were staged and compromised it. So that attracts a ton of attention. All of a sudden, you have every ISR asset within Iran on the Iranian side looking for this pilot. You have people on the ground, and inevitably they were going to bump into whatever we were setting up. I think there's a very strong likelihood that occurred.
And I'm gonna go back into it, look at a different version angle of that location here. Let's just take a look at this from a military perspective. So here's Isfahan here. This is the location right here where I just showed you where the C-130s landed. What could be going through the mind of somebody? And give them the benefit of the doubt, the military planners. What is going to have you this far away? And you can see this from like the internal part of Isfahan. It's right about 30 miles from where this location was. So almost exactly 30 miles from the center of Isfahan. How are you going to be able to land that many? And let's say that they're combat troops, but that they need to now traverse to get up here, then to conduct a forced entry into what has got to be something that's really well defended. And I don't have the exact location of where in Isfahan those facilities were. I'm not even sure we knew for sure. But you can see when you get into some of this built up area that's I mean, anything is going to be well defended, and it's going to be hard to go into a built up area and get anything because they're certainly not going to have it out in the open. It's not going to be easy. But with that few troops, Jim, I mean, what can you do? I mean, what can a military operation do with that few troops in that hard of a target?
Not a whole lot, Dan. And that's where we get back to the initial inception point of the overall operation to go and potentially snatch this nuclear material. It's been out there for a while. I know people who are still in. I've had a number of folks say that this potentially was absolutely a ludicrous idea. Then you couple that with the number of generals who were fired in the last week leading up to this, including the chief of staff of the Army, who is I don't know much about his political leanings, but I do know his background. He is an infantryman through and through, which does not necessarily preclude you to being quote unquote woke and needing to be canned from the military, according to I guess he's the Secretary of War Defense now. Pete Hegseth. So it's there's a lot of indicators surrounding this, which kind of suggests that they were leaning towards executing this mission, and those on the inside did not think it was a particularly great idea to expend manpower doing it. And exactly like you're saying, there's a tremendous distance that you need to cover, from your forward staging point. There are rumors out there that this was what they call a FARP, I believe. It was essentially a temporary fob with lots of fuel and ammo, and they were going to use it as a jump off point. But just look at the terrain. How many trees are out there? Where can you hide? The mountain might provide some concealment from radar or from radio signature, but at the same time, you can see the people, and you would be relying on the locals in the area, not to call their local magistrate or their friends and say, "Hey, there's a bunch of Americans out here dressed in camo. What the heck's going on?" So it just seems if they were going to execute that, it seems like a really, really bad idea that would have been opposed from the highest echelons of the military, resulting in firings.
And by the way, let me show you one other thing on that to your point there. So roughly, this was the crash site here. So you see that that's actually very small. It's not even a mile to this location right here. There is a city right here, a built-up area. So you're not going to hide from that. And as you pointed out, there's no trees here. You see, this is as flat as it gets. That's one of the reasons they picked it as a set down point, which means that you can be seen for miles around, especially if there's anybody on any of these high ground up here. But there's all these people here. They're going to hear a plane land in here that's not supposed to be there. So this is just not passing any of the common sense motions to me.
Not at all. And I mean, to add one thing, why they might have picked that is, perhaps there was a hole in the air defense right there, or the radar coverage from our bombing. I mean, it might have been a place picked out of necessity. It's like, we're being given this mission, therefore, where can we establish a jump off point? And they had that one little hole in the electronic coverage of the Iranians and decided to pick it. But then again, it backs into it backs into all the problems you just mentioned. But when you're on the
I worry that you're right, and here's why I worry about that. Because that's like saying, hey, I lost a quarter and I'm looking for it underneath a street light here because there's light here so I can look. And they say, oh, well, where are you walking here? And did you maybe fell out of your pocket? No, actually, I was like a half mile down the road here, but there's no lights over there. So I had to come here where I can have some light. Well, you're not going to find it over there. It doesn't matter if there's a hole in the radar, the electronic signal, whatever, if you still are 30 bloody miles from where you have to go and no way to get combat power there to do anything once you get on the ground. So it doesn't matter. So then the mission shouldn't have been chosen at all if that was the case.
Oh, 100%. I totally agree with you, Dan. And it, what you just described with the quarter is, it's a pretty good allegory for the sunk cost fallacy, where you've committed to this. Therefore, you have to keep committing. And I really hope that moving forward, that those at the top take note of how this overall operation has been going. We have not been hitting any tangible objectives because the administration hasn't set any out. Maybe we are blowing stuff up in place, but initially we tried to decapitate the regime. It hasn't happened. We have we have tried to reduce and degrade their military, yet they're still hitting targets all over the Middle East. And we do not have a clear battle damage assessment of our own losses, not in terms of personnel, which I find suspect, but what about just images of all the radar domes that are hit? What does Camp Bering look like in Kuwait? What happened to Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain? And there's a reason that stuff is being hidden. And I believe that it is so that it will give the administration the latitude to further prosecute these operations. Because if they don't have to report the bad news, then where is the public outcry really going to come from that could stop this? And it is a dangerous slope to go down.
And I'll just reinforce, Gary. I'm gonna put a little option here. If we can pull up that Jack Keane video here, you talked about how there isn't, you can't see any attainable objective. You can't see any objective at all. It's like we're just hitting targets. Mm-hmm. Well, you talk about that the people, they don't see Camp Bering, they don't see our assets in Bahrain or in Kuwait or anything else, Saudi Arabia that's been hit. This is what they are hearing. Watch this from Jack Keane.
Frustrated with the way you currently file your taxes? What if you could track your tax expert's progress and get
We will likely, don't know for sure because it is condition-based, but we're on a path to wrap this up in less than 60 days. That in itself is extraordinary, Mark. We're talking about a huge nation state of 90 million people, a robust military full of tens of thousands of ballistic missiles and even more drones capability that they have spread out all over that country. And we're going to bring this to an end in terms of their offensive and defensive capability, their Air Force and the Navy, finish all of that off, and also deal with a couple of things that are still in front of us. The nukes, nuclear capability, we have to eliminate that. What are we going to do about the Straits of Hormuz, certainly? And what are we going to do about Karg Island, where 90% of Iran's distribution points are? That's where all the tankers pull in there. 60% of their revenue, 50% of their budget. A lot of work to be done still.
But don't worry, we're on track. And he actually preceded that. The soundbite would have gotten too long. But he started off by saying the objectives couldn't be any clearer. And then he laid out that whole long laundry list there. And that's a long laundry list. And he said, and it's going to be done in 2 or 3 more weeks from now. I mean, what is this guy smoking? But that's what people hear. And when they hear a 4-star general say that, they're going to believe it, especially if they don't see the images you're talking about. And
right.
Where's that going to lead?
Hopefully not where he wants it to go. I think this is a perfect opportunity for the president to declare victory and get out. I'd love to see it. I don't want to see another American service member hurt or killed in this operation. We have much bigger problems, both domestically. We have bigger challenges internationally. I'm not sure what happened to the whole concept of China in the Pacific as our pacing threat. And Iran has never been a major threat to the United States. They are a regional issue, regional nuisance, whatever you want to call it. But almost all of their capabilities are asymmetric. They have been, and they are focused on securing their own influence within the Middle East. They're not going to get on rowboats and come over here and attack the United States. They don't have the capabilities, and they've never demonstrated the intent to do that. But when he starts going down his laundry list of different issues, we've created most of this. We had a deal on the table, apparently, to get rid of with the Iranians, to get rid of any plans they had for nuclear weapons. The Strait of Hormuz was open until we bombed it, or bombed Iran. And Karg Island is that. It's just a distribution point. It is not something we need to, quote unquote, take care of. And the longer we keep oil cut off through the Straits of Hormuz, the more it hurts not only global oil prices, but more specifically, it hurts Asia. It hurts our allies in Asia, Australia, Japan, South Korea. And if they see us as a problem, diplomatically, they're going to naturally shift towards China on this. Further, the Chinese, by all accounts, have been hoarding tons of oil in anticipation for these hostilities kicking off in the first place. And it would be interesting to know how much of that they're actually trading on the black market with our allies over there. And through that gaining influence. So yeah, Jack Keane, fantastic fake tan. I'd prefer if you wore just an American lapel pin because I'm an American and I care about America. But what he's saying, those aren't real critical problems, except for the fact that we created most of it. And I would just love it if we cut bait and tried to figure out a way out of this as soon as possible.
Yeah, but we'll see if anything good comes out of that press conference that President Trump's going to have today at 1 o'clock. Love to see him just declare victory and walk away, as you say. That'll be hard. One more thing I want to show you, though, because along the category of what American people see and why it's so hard, and why we have this channel so that we can provide a deep dive to combat veterans in mine and your cases to say, look, what they're saying is nonsense. So unfortunately, most people know the movie George Patton. They know that generals are cool, that they're big heroes and all this kind of stuff. So anytime you see 4 stars on somebody's lapel, we think that, well, you can't get that high unless you really know something. Well, you and I know that you can't get that high unless you're really good politics, not just to be a military guy. In fact, primarily, you play the game to be able to get all that heightened up there in the current situation. We're not talking about a World War II situation, but in the peacetime that's led up to this, these guys are really good politicians. They just happen to be wearing uniforms. Well, one of the worst, if there is a category there, Jack Keane is certainly a bad one, but former General McKenzie, who used to be the CENTCOM commander, is just going overboard to try and placate the current administration. Listen to his characterization of this war.
Does Iran and its proxies retain the capacity to inflict serious damage at this point?
Yeah, they have the ability to inflict damage. They do not have the ability to gain mass effects. And by mass effects, I mean firing many, many dozens of rockets, missiles, or drones. I think that capability has been eroded steadily since this campaign began. And frankly, at about plus 30 days into this campaign, I think if you're at Central Command, you've got to be reasonably satisfied with where you are right now. In fact, Ed, when I was the CENTCOM commander, if you had given me this situation at plus 30 days, I would have rejected it as being too optimistic by far.
So he's saying, man, we are doing way better. He's like Secretary Hicks says, like President Trump, we're ahead of schedule. Things are going so good with all of this. Explain to me again how we're all ahead of schedule and how things are going so good with all of this kind of wreckage in the screen here. What do you say to that?
Well, he is clearly taking money to give particular talking points, and that is a phenomenal disappointment for me. I had the chance in 2004 to cover him and his unit when it was in Afghanistan as a journalist. I spent a considerable amount of time with now General McKenzie, and he at the time appeared to be a Marines Marine. He is not giving a fair assessment as to what is actually going on. But then again, he was also largely in charge. He was saying some similar things about the withdrawal from Afghanistan as well. If you were to give an actual assessment, he would be talking about, for the first time in the history of the United States military, as far as our conflicts go in the Middle East, the complete destruction of any number of our facilities across the region. We've lost at least 10 multi-million, multi-billion dollar radar systems for the THAAD and our overall missile defense. It's hurt our relationship with any number of Gulf state allies. The entire arrangement we had with them was that we would provide them defensive systems to offset Iran, and in exchange for those things, we would protect them. And clearly, we have not been able to. Are the Iranians running out of missiles and drones? I would say probably not. I don't think we have seen the next couple of layers down of their capabilities. And what really concerns me about the potential for inserting ground troops is the Iranians have been working hand in hand with the Russians on the Shahed program and perhaps any number of things, and understand the nature of drone warfare as we go into this next iteration of conventional war. And behind that are things like drone swarms, all kinds of things that we do not have the experience in combating or engaging in, but B, quite possibly more importantly, have not developed the doctrine or the defensive mechanisms to offset that. And I really hope we don't find out in the next couple of weeks what that's all about. It could be potentially disastrous and would be a waste of many, many, many young men who are among the best we have in this country. And it would make me sick to my stomach.
Good. I'm 100% right there with you, because there's nothing that's militarily attainable by that.
Right.
Now, we mentioned that at 1 o'clock, President Trump is going to give a speech, because he's going to be talking. The deadline, the current one that currently exists, is Tuesday at 8 p.m., weirdly specific. And he said, if they don't open the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to rain down holy hell on them and all kinds of other expletives, which I won't repeat here. But I just want, what is your assessment of how seriously President Trump should be taken? And you can't just ignore him. But he said some stuff, and I'm just going to show you just a real quick timeline here. This is we're going to start back on March 21st. He said if Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours, so that's going to be the 23rd of March, from this exact point in time, the United States will obliterate their power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Okay, that was March 21st. Then on March 23rd, the day that was supposed to happen, he says, hey, I'm pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had over the last couple of days some very good and productive conversations. And I've instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants. Okay, Iran says, what are you talking about? We did not have any negotiations at all. But that's what he said. Then 3 days after that, he says, as per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve to represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days now to Monday, April 6th. Okay, and then we pick it back up here on March the 30th. He says the United States of America is in serious discussions with a new and more reasonable regime to end our military operations in Iran. Great progress has been made, but if for any reason a deal is not shortly reached, which it probably will be, and if the Hormuz Strait is not immediately opened up for business, we will conclude our lovely stay by blowing up and completely obliterating all their electric generating power plants and all that kind of stuff again. That was March 30th. Then April 1st, Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. No, he didn't. Number one, there is no new president. And if he meant the new Ayatollah, he is definitely not less radicalized than his predecessor.
Absolutely not.
Very conservative by comparison. So either one of those doesn't make any sense, but that's what he said then. Then on April the 4th, he says, remember when I gave you that 10 days? It's still operational. That clock is still running. It's still going to be the 6th of April. Well, on the 5th of April, Tuesday, not Monday, but Tuesday now, he's moved it back by a day. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one. There will be nothing like it. Open the gates and straits and all that kind of stuff. And then later that same day, he said, no, actually Tuesday at 8 p.m. it's going to be. So, I mean, he's been saying since the 21st of March, you got 48 hours, and then you got 5 days, and then you got 10 days, and then kind of like, well, maybe everything's going to be fine, and they're looking for a negotiated end. And Iran says the whole time, what are you talking about? We're not talking about anybody. We're not even talking with you guys. We're talking to some intermediaries, but there's no negotiations going along unless you want to consent to our negotiations here. Well, now President Trump keeps just saying this stuff. And so he's getting to a point now, Jim, to where he's either going to, I don't know, just declare he's going to walk away and then all of that stuff meant nothing, or he's going to say, clock ran out and now I'm going to hit these energy infrastructure. I'm going to hit these bridges and all this other stuff that he promised. And then I think it's pretty clear that Iran is retaliating in kind in the theater. So what do you make of all these claims and what are you expecting him to say today?
Man, that's a tough question, Dan. So thanks for it. I don't think that
you're a Marine, so that's why I give you the hard one.
But no, I don't think that you can take him seriously, but also you shouldn't dismiss him. It's a really weird position to be in because rhetorically, he has backed himself into an absolute corner. And the one thing that I think we can all agree on with President Trump is he does not like to lose face. And this is a very large face losing situation. He has put down a bunch of arbitrary deadlines, which he really can't back up. And one of the bigger issues with the threats against the power infrastructure and bridges and civilian infrastructure gets into our own LOAC, or laws of armed conflict. I went through them pretty thoroughly this weekend. It's kind of what I do in my free time. I feel bad for my wife in that regard. But at the same time, that's a violation of our own LOAC, our own laws. You have to take into account the direct impacts on civilians when you do these things, particularly a power plant. And I will give you an example straight from the manual, where if you are taking out a power plant and it has the downstream effect of knocking power out to a hospital and civilians will die needlessly, you have to weigh whether or not that strike has a more of a military bent to it. Like, what is that? Is it going to knock out an entire radar system? Is it going to knock out a tank factory's capability to produce? And if the civilian considerations outweigh the military considerations, you can't do it by our own laws. So I don't know what he intends to do by making these threats, because there isn't a direct military tie-in, at least one that hasn't been explained, to those kinds of strikes. If you back up his other rhetoric into that, you combine it, it looks like it's strictly to punish the regime and the people of Iran for not overthrowing the regime. And that is a very, very, very bad thing to do. It is illegal. That is not the way America has fought wars in the past at all. You can go back to any number of things we did going back to World War II, and some of them killed a lot of civilians in the process, but there is a direct tie-in to the military war effort. You had a lot of dual-use factories that were hit. There were strikes on Tokyo that were horrific. However, the justification was that you had small mom and pop shops that were producing odds and ends or pieces of equipment for the Japanese Imperial Army at the time. None of that case has been laid out here. And people, I hope, inside of DOD are weighing those options as the timeline is coming to a close.
Do I have it up there? Sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah, so Gary was showing on there, President Trump apparently is still not saying anything good, anything that makes any sense, that he's going to call Iran's bluff. I mean, I don't know if that's a precursor to what he's going to say today, but he apparently is still on this same timeline that he said before about the something on Tuesday evening. Meanwhile, there was another headline. Let me see if I can pull this one up. Also on the Wall Street Journal, which not quite that optimistic here, to where sorry, I'm pulling this thing up here. You have the Iran. This is just minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. Iran rejects ceasefire bid ahead of Trump's Tuesday deadline. So what does that tell you about where we're about to go?
Well, we're about to find out what
because to your previous comment there, if Trump is looking for a way to claim victory and just have an off-ramp, his statement and Iran's response now on the headlines of the Wall Street Journal, is that even an avenue open to him?
He's going to do what he wants to do, and that is unfortunately where we're at, Dan. This whole war was not started through the typical congressional process. There's no authorization, there's no justification, and by all accounts, we were dragged into war by Israel. The Secretary of State said it. The Speaker of the House said it. You look at the targeting packages.
Joe Kent on our show said it.
Joe Kent said it. Yeah, he's out there. He was the first whistleblower on this from the inside, and he has my utmost respect for doing that. It's pretty clear that a lot of these targeting packages are not ours. It's just the way we're going about it. When you're hitting civilian infrastructure like we're hitting, that is not the way we fight wars. And I really hope that President Trump decides to have a little bit of a détente, a de-escalation, because we go back to something we talked about earlier here, Dan, which is the amount of airspace that we actually control. If he wants to go high into the right and bomb every power plant and every piece of major infrastructure in the country, he has telegraphed that to the Iranians. And I think we could very unfortunately find out how good and how deep the Iranian air defenses actually are in the process. And if it goes well, then we're probably committing a war crime. If it goes poorly, then we're going to get sucked in even further, just like a ground operation would do.
And I'm showing on the map here, you see that if you're going to head into Tehran and do a lot of the stuff that he's talking about here, unless you're going to fire these standoff missiles like either JASSMs or Tomahawks, I mean, you're going to have to leave. Probably, I guess, the closest base we have here is Kuwait, right? Isn't that right? Or I don't know if we're not flying out of Iraq, are we? As far as you know.
As far as I know, we're not. As far as I know, we're flying mostly out of Saudi Arabia, Israel, and Cyprus. But I could be wrong.
Okay, so let's just look at that. Let's say somewhere. Way. Yeah, so I mean, that's. I mean, if it's even somewhere down here along the coast in Saudi Arabia, straight line distance at 630 miles just to get to the target site. Now, I know some of them have some longer range fires, but I mean, you have to get pretty far over Iranian airspace to be able to get to those. And we've not been having real good success with our aircraft of late. So I think we're going to have some pretty big risks there.
Absolutely. You look at the way that refuelers over the last couple of weeks have retreated, away from the Iranian border. I think that speaks to the significant capabilities that are retained by the Iranians. And just generally, you're asking a lot of our pilots to keep doing this. It's a long time in the air under a lot of stress to get up there, to refuel, and then to prosecute a target, come out and do it all over again. And the longer you make the flight path, the more you physically burn the people out. There's also indications that while we've worked over significantly the air defenses in the far western part of the country, particularly along the coast, which kind of portended to some sort of amphibious invasion or hit on some of the islands in the strait, we haven't done the same damage internally or in the western part where, I think it's rumored at this point, because nobody from our side has confirmed this, that the IRGC has pretty well retreated with the bulk of their people and their equipment into areas that are relatively unpenetrable right now. I don't want to say we can't get in there, but we really haven't.
We can't get in there at a reasonable cost, I think is probably a fair way to put it.
Yeah. Exactly.
Speaking of that, do you know, by the way, when is the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit when is it scheduled to be in location?
A few days is my best guess. I've been tracking
pretty soon.
Pretty soon, right? But still, I mean, you're talking about a drop in the bucket in terms of the number of guys you can put on the deck versus your adversary. It would be very unwise to commit all of our conventional forces that have been allocated in the region to any specific target set, particularly Keshem, Karg, or even worse, actually on the coastline.
Yeah, there's been some talk that there may be some other naval assets that are closer to the southern part, closer into the Gulf of Oman, even on the right side of the Strait of Hormuz, which could be a more appealing target just because it's easier to get at. But that's still a relative term here. It's just a real problem because it seems like Trump has gotten himself into a no-win situation here where even by his own so-called taco standards, he can't really walk away from this because if he does with the strait still in Iranian control, with ballistic missiles still, and of course, earlier today, they're still flying. So they definitely haven't been knocked out. And as you pointed out, they probably have capacity for drones into the months, many months into the future. And if the government stays intact and they don't give him the ceasefire, I mean, he can't just walk away because all those things that Jack Keane just talked about will still be in their control. And how is he going to spend that one from his allies who are screaming, don't do this, from his Israeli side, who also doesn't want this to come to an end? I mean, those seem to be really tying the president's hands.
They are. And, I'll offer one solution here that I think is a very long shot, but I think makes the best sense. Is that if you think back in 2016, the reason that myself and so many other people voted for Trump is his rhetoric of no more stupid wars. He was going to get us out of the Middle East. Obviously, that has gone the opposite direction. But he still has one possibility, which also happens to be the one thing the Iranians want more than anything else, and that is to remove our presence from the region. It's not necessarily retreating. He could spin it as a great victory. He could hand the Iranian leadership a face-saving victory by saying, you know what, Iran's no longer a threat. I promised you that we would leave the Middle East. Therefore, I am, closing down these bases. They're going back to their parent countries. Congratulations, everybody. You got some infrastructure. We've reduced Iran not to a threat. The Iranians can turn around to their people and say, hey, this cost in blood was worth it. They're no longer a problem. And if you look at the Iranian statements and what they want, the number one thing that they are after is sending a message and putting themselves in a position where something like this will never happen again. That is the biggest win-win. However, the longer this goes on, and the more of a cost we put on Iranian society and galvanize them against us, the higher the cost of negotiation is going to be. I think that would probably be a good starting point. And, I hope that if it were offered, it would be accepted. But, there has to be something where both sides save face. And I would hope that we have leadership. I'm not confident that we do. That would take their ego out of the mix and do what's best for the people who put them in power.
That ain't gonna happen. There's way too many of those. If that's what we're counting on, we're screwed. Last question I got for you here. With the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit on side, members of the 82nd Airborne, some Rangers, some Delta Force guys, and then now the 11th MU apparently getting close to the location. There had been this thought that all of that was getting ready to do something on the ground, whether it was Harg or Kashim or any of these other locations. Who knows where it could have been, but it was going to be something probably coming up soon. Do you think that this disaster in the desert here with the loss of all these aircraft, do you think that has changed that, or do you think there's still something coming on the ground here pretty soon?
I hope there's not anything coming on the ground, Dan. I really don't. I think that there is a high probability that we up the ante, just based on the whole arc of this conflict. And if you look at the rhetoric and attitudes of Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump, they are not ones to let go of a situation like this. And I have no doubt that if we committed those guys to a specific limited objective, they'd be able to take the objective. But you're going to run into the exact scenario that we just saw, where the problem isn't getting in, it's getting out and holding it.
Great point.
You have 2 battalions of Marines. That's 2,000 infantrymen. That's nothing. You throw in a brigade of the 82nd, it's a couple thousand more guys, and your perimeter or the area you hold can be measured in kilometers. You don't have freedom of movement. There's not going to be a whole lot of armor on the ground. And eventually you're going to go static. And once you're static, we are going to become a gigantic beacon for every indirect fire asset the Iranians have, including whatever they have not shown to us yet, which we can be assured that there are, more capabilities layered beneath what they've shown. And that's not something we want to find out. So I think it's incumbent upon military leadership to explain this to the higher echelons of government. And if they can't get through, they need to do something on behalf of their troops. Because the one thing that I always loved about being in the Marine Corps and the military in general is that you have loyalty up the chain and loyalty down the chain. You don't find that in many places. And this is a time for leadership to really display that.
It's a great point. I'd love to see it. I've been disappointed we hadn't seen it so far. I thought with some of these military officers that were fired, I thought maybe some of them, and there was actually the Southcom commander resigned apparently under protest last year with around the Venezuela stuff, but then he never said anything. And these guys who resigned here, even the chief of staff of the Army, a lot of speculation what that may have been about. I don't think it was about this operation here, but they had a great opportunity to say something, and they still haven't. So if somebody's going to make a move, this is the time before there's any more bloodshed, and I'd love to see it.
I'm right there with you, Dan.
Well, we're going to have to leave it there right now. We'll see what
that was shot. Since then, of course, you have dug very deeply and have produced an extraordinary analysis of what happened on the ground with respect to the so-called rescue. Before we get to that, and we will in a moment, Trump's threatening profanity-laced posting. A, he's threatening war crimes. B, he seems to be revealing deep desperation. How did you read that?
Oh, exactly that way. Those were comments unbecoming of a president. Even some of his most staunch MAGA supporters are really taken aback by it. I think he has got some serious decline in his mental capabilities. I think it has to do with the onset of a form of dementia, and I base that on his use of profanity. It's one thing to think something and to maybe say it in private, but there's always within our brain sort of a social monitoring mechanism that we know it's inappropriate to say certain things in certain ways. But as people get older, and I saw this with my mother, when she was 84, all of a sudden she would be saying things out loud that normally, when she was 70, 60, she wouldn't say. So that's what I think partly seen with Trump, this a failure to be able to control his emotions and to not filter it, because this really the hysteria going from one moment saying, we don't need the Strait of Hormuz open, we don't care, we don't get anything out of that, let Europe take care of it, to you crazy effers, open the straits. It's like, guy, calm down. Somebody get him his medication. Really, I think the time for the 25th Amendment has come.
How do you think Iranian leadership reacted to that threat? How do you think the Iranian people will react to a direct attack on them, their roadways, their schools, their bridges, their electric power?
It just confirmed everything they wanted. If they were predisposed to believe that Trump is crazy, this settled it. This proved beyond any shadow of doubt that Donald Trump is detached from reality, is brutal, is vicious, and will kill women and children if necessary.
The so-called rescue raises a lot of questions. I'm just going to put the ball in your court. Was it a rescue, or was it something else masked as a rescue?
No, I think it was a rescue, but there's still a lot of oddities about it that aren't explained. One is the information that was released by the government, sometimes officially and then unofficially, and leaks to the press during the day, that changed the location where this F-15 Eagle went down, changed, and it changed in terms of a couple of hundred miles from was out towards the coast, then increasingly where the final action took place up just 21 miles south of Isfahan, this nuclear facility. It is uncommon, but not unheard of, for this. So the number two pilot, or number two person in this aircraft, they're called a weapons system officer, a WSO. Normally, the person that sits in that second seat is like a lieutenant or a captain. It's just a junior officer. The guy sitting in this seat was the vice wing commander at Mawafaq Salti Air Base in Jordan. That is one of the principal air bases that the United States is using to conduct air operations attacks against Iran. Now, I've heard from friends that had been involved that this has been done by others. One person told me about a general where he was assigned to a particular location, and a 2-star general was hopping into a plane to fly sorties. I don't know if it was an ego thing or whatever, but this guy, by virtue of being the vice wing commander, having him in that F-15, it's not that he was up there to do command and control of an operation. I don't think that's the case at all. When he went down, when they both ejected, the pilot and the co-pilot, the pilot was picked up fairly quickly, and he was picked up with the Air Force's what they call the Pave Hawk. It's like the Black Hawk, but it's specially configured so it can fly further distances. It can be refueled in the air, and aerial refueling with the helicopters quite a challenge.
Iran is releasing video showing that they found a skull for one of the Americans who died at the wreckage site. And that's what George Galloway was saying yesterday. He had a picture of a skull that was left that they had seen online yesterday. A skull of one of the Americans was left in one of the planes. Now, the Iranians is releasing those photos to show the world that Trump is lying. Nobody injured, but who is this dead person in this plane?
But those helicopters were shot at and were trailing smoke as they left the airspace of Iran. Apparently, they made it back to base safely. Now, here's one thing that still doesn't make sense to me on the story. This colonel, when he landed, apparently he either broke his ankle or broke his leg. It's not, there's two different stories out there. Regardless, he then they claim, walked 5 miles on a broken ankle or broken leg to this mountain, and then climbed the mountain. I suppose it's possible that somebody's adrenaline could allow them to do that, but it's just there's an oddity about that story. Now, then we get to the combat search and rescue effort that was launched. There is, they set up what's called a JRPC, JPR, Joint Personnel Recovery Center, JPRC. And there are a number of air assets specifically dedicated to being able to take off and go out and find and recover personnel. What I think happened here, and again, this is my opinion, but this location, I think it was serendipitous, but because of where this colonel wound up, when they made the decision to launch the JPRC assets, they turned to a special operations unit that was planning and to go into this dirt airfield that was there, and then from there to stage to launch an attack or raid on Isfahan. And this was a JSOC elements, Joint Special Operations Command. Reportedly, the SEALs were involved. And why I say that is there were 4 Little Birds. Now, the Little Bird is an AH-6 helicopter. You've got 2 pilots up front, I think 2 pilots, but you've got a space on the side for 2 operators on either side to sit. You'll see them sitting on in the doorway so they can jump off. Those can be packed onto the C-130H or J. They've got a couple of variants of this. It's a propeller aircraft, but it can carry up around around 120 soldiers with combat loads, but it can also carry 2 Little Birds. Well, I do not believe that the JPRC, they say, hey, we're looking for this guy. Go grab 2 Little Birds on each, and we want a total of 4 and put them on your C-130s and launch. That doesn't make sense to me. I think they were already loaded. They were pre-positioned for an operation that was going to be carried off at some point, whether later that day or the next day or today. But instead, because of the seniority of the person they were looking for, and the location where he wound up, they turned this over to this JSOC unit. Now, that's normally not what JSOC does. They're not a personal. They don't do that kind of personnel recovery. There's something called the pararescue jumpers. They are normally Air Force, and I tell you, those guys are studs. As capable and competent as Navy SEALs are or Delta Force operators. the PJs are in a whole different league because they're medics. They're trained for doing combat medicine. They can do tracheotomies and other things in the field. They're trained both for parachuting in. They're trained for maritime operations. So they have to undergo the same kind of tests that the Navy SEALs do to qualify. And then they're also competent shooters. I mean, they're the whole package, but they didn't use them. And then this is where it really gets strange because you say you got a number of the press reports up to 100, and they would have been Rangers from the 75th, one of the 75th Ranger regiments that have been forward deployed. So they secure that airfield, and then they claim that there was a big firefight, and may have been. I wasn't there, and that the two C-130s were damaged. Apparently the helicopters were unloaded, at least two of them, but there were a total of four, and they used one of those little birds to fly up to rescue the colonel off of one of the ridges on that mountain, and then bring him back. But then, okay, so now you've got two disabled C-130s. How do you get out? Well, there's another aircraft in the special operations world that can do short takeoff and landing, and it can carry upwards of 70, 80 people per plane. So it sounds like they brought in two of those to fly him out. I mean, this was, and while all this is going on, you had an A-10 that was shot down, the Warthog. They rescued the pilot on that, was rescued by the joint recovery the Joint Personnel Recovery Center. You had another F-16 supposedly that was, or I don't say supposedly, but the claim is that it was shot, but the pilot got out. The Iranians claim they captured her, a female pilot, but the United States has said nothing about that and hasn't reacted as if that's taking place. They lost at least one, maybe two Predator MQ-9 Reaper Predator drones. So, was this? Some have argued that this was just a ruse, to create a distraction so we could get in. I don't think that was it. I think the combination of unfortunate events brought this about. And what's interesting, though, this has given the Iranians a real wake up. If I'm the Iranian general, I'm saying, okay, I'm looking at every nuclear site in Iran, and I'm looking for any remote airfields that are within 30 miles of that plant or that city or that site. And then we're going to set up units there to guard them, protect them, be prepared for possible operations. I think as a result of all this chaos that took place, that the plans to do further ground operations in Iran may now be off the table.
How many American human beings were involved in the effort to rescue the colonel? Was it a normal number?
No, this was an abnormal number of people to assign to this kind of thing. A good friend of mine, he was the last colonel to command the Air Force Special Operations Command, AFSOC, in Hurlburt in Florida, and he flew the CSAR. They call it Combat Search and Rescue Missions. He flew the CSAR missions in Vietnam, and you'd never go out with 100 people like this because you really put too many other people at risk, unnecessary risk. So this was a combination of things where they had this unit that was ready to launch on some other mission, and they diverted it specifically for this, just because of both the location. That unit had some familiarity with the area from having been planning to land and get in and out of there. The notion, so there are two different stories. One is that the two C-130s got stuck in the sand. Maybe, but usually what the special operations folks do, they did this back in 1980. when that we tried to rescue hostages in Tehran, and that was Operation Eagle Claw. A guy flew out on his own, went out, landed, tested the ground, and then flew back. It was a covert mission to say, yeah, no, it's okay there. The land's fine. There was from some of the photographs, they revealed the aircraft, or what's left of the aircraft, show signs that they'd been shot at, that they'd suffered damage that was not consistent with just being on the ground and stuck in the sand, or being blown up, blown in place to prevent the recovery of any technology or equipment that may have been left on board. But this was a costly mission. There's at least $400 million worth of aircraft lost on Saturday.
Were any Americans injured, killed, or captured in this mission?
We don't know. What there is, I've seen one video of a C-130, and it was crashing in a different location. And if it was on fire and crashed, that meant at least 6 crewmen were dead. There is a photograph out circulating showing what appears to be the charred remains of an individual. We don't know if that's AI generated or not. I don't see how you carry out an operation this size without having some fatalities and a large number of wounded. We are told that in that first rescue, the rescue of the pilot from the F-15, that those Black Hawks came under fire, and that the pilot, not the rescued pilot, but the pilots flying the Black Hawk and other crew on board were wounded. So we do know that there were some casualties out of that. How severe, we don't know.
This just out from Al Jazeera. Iran says U.S. airman rescue may have been covered to steal enriched uranium. Iran's foreign ministry says the U.S. operation to rescue a downed airman may have been a cover to steal enriched uranium from the country. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson, won't bother reading his name, said there were many questions and uncertainties about the operation. The area where the American pilot was claimed to be present is what you said, Larry, is a long way from the area where they attempted to land or wanted to land their forces in central Iran. The possibility that this was a deception operation to steal enriched uranium should not be ignored at all. Could the president's chaotic war bring about regime? Oh God, this is the headline, the Daily Mail. Could the president's chaotic war bring about regime change in America rather than Iran? I don't want to go there with you on that. But what about what Al Jazeera is saying?
Yeah, no, I think they're reporting or reflecting what they're hearing. That's a lot of different rumors and opinions circulating on social media,
right?
And I've got a friend. He was a lieutenant colonel that served. He was a task force commander with JSOC back in Iraq some years ago. He had an entirely different take on it. He was arguing from the standpoint that it was a ruse, but again. You don't, if you're going to stage this, I don't see why you would have had the Pave Hawks on scene, because those would have been used ostensibly to launch. If you're going to really launch the raid then on the nuclear site, you're going to need something to carry the troops in. The little birds are, just carrying in 8 guys. So if there are 4 little birds, you got four operators per bird that are sitting on the skids. That gives you 16 of them, and then you got a pilot or 2 for each bird. So that you got 20 personnel there. You would need more to go into one of the tunnels at the nuclear facility or storage site in Isfahan. Also, how would you, if you were going to take material from that, how are you going to get it out? So you would have had something like a Chinook 47 that would have a lift capability to pull it out. So you just didn't have all the assets on scene here that you would have used if you were going to actually carry out that kind of raid. And that's why I think it appears more that the unit, the JSOC unit that had been prepared to carry out this operation, the raid, they were diverted to this task because both of the seniority of the person that was that they were trying to rescue, as well as the location.
The C-130s, aren't they huge, lumbering cargo planes not typically used in snatch and grab rescue operations?
Well, no, they're used. They've got a variety. There are special operations aircraft sort of go to. So it's not lumbering, but it is propeller driven. So it doesn't fly as fast as an F-35, a jet. But nonetheless, it is a pretty good Lord, it's been around 60 years. So it is, and they continue to update it, but it is sort of the workhorse for the special operations community. So that's not unusual. And the fact that they can land, this airfield could have been used as what they call a FARP, F-A-R-P, a forward arming and refueling position. So that is, and those the C-130 is also capable of carrying fuel bladders. I mean, big, it looks like a giant bag, a huge bag filled with aviation fuel. The reason I think that the C-130s were used to ferry the four little birds into that position is that if they had flown from their origin site, then when they arrived there, they would have needed to be immediately refueled because they wouldn't have enough fuel to get back and get out. So I think they ended up grabbing and using an aircraft that was already preloaded, pre-positioned for a mission. Mission got changed, and instead of taking everything out of the plane, they kept it in.
Wow. Al Jazeera is also reporting that whatever this American and Pakistani, I say American and Pakistani, the Pakistanis practically work for the Americans, 15-point plan was denounced by Foreign Minister Arachi as illogical and unacceptable. I'm going to gather you're not surprised by that.
Not at all. I mean, and I saw Alistair's comments on it earlier as well. The Iranians right now have no incentive to enter into that kind of deal. They remain firm about their requirements to have a negotiated settlement. Is you've got to lift the sanctions now. Don't give us a promise that you're going to lift them. Lift all of the sanctions. And then all U.S. military operations in the area, they got to get out. And then, but Iran's going to also look for some ironclad guarantees that they're not going to be attacked again. The United States has betrayed them twice, last June 13th, and then February 28th. Those are two dates that Iran is going to remember, much like we remember December 7th, 1941. It was that consequential for them. So it is Iran still holds the cards. The economic control it is now exerting over the global economy by preventing and disrupting the flow of oil, liquid natural gas, urea, sulfuric acid, helium, etc., is quite significant. And it is the full consequences of that economic pressure is not going to be felt until really this week and starting into next week.
In the meantime, the Israelis keep hiding from the international press how badly they're being bombarded.
Yeah, they go to great lengths to pretend that everything, that life is normal, but then they also complain that Iran continues to fire. About an hour ago, Iran launched 10 more ballistic missiles, which Israeli intelligence had claimed at the outset of this war that Iran only had less than 3,000 missiles. They've fired way more than that already. Now we're going into the 6th week of this war. Think about that, 6 weeks. And the odds that this will be still going in another 2 weeks, I think, is quite high. So this is a 2-month conflict. that I think, frankly, Iran's got more capability for sticking it out than the United States does, not because Iran has more resources per se, but I think the political pressures on Trump are growing. His popularity, his polling numbers are plummeting. They are in the basement. He's going towards Emmanuel Macron or Keir Starmer territory in terms of popularity.
Here's your least favorite senator. Sorry, Larry, on all of this.
Torture.
It's brief. It's brief. Chris, cut number one.
Finish them off. So here's my message to the Lebanese military. I'm watching everything you do. Quit double dealing. Quit double talking. Join the fight. Free your country of terrorism. And if you don't, you're going to pay a heavy price.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party tested, so
what is he? What's Lindsey going to do? Go over and offer to sit on their laps? That'll get them motivated. Oh, quick, we can't do that. I mean, look, Hezbollah. We're fed this line of propaganda in the West that Hezbollah was destroyed, and the death of Nasrallah and senior clerics that wiped them out, and then the coup de grace came via the cell phones exploding and the pagers exploding. They're dead. They're done. And then they have the audacity to rearm and reform and carry out attacks where Israel is suffering more losses in terms of personnel and equipment now than it did in 2006 when it invaded southern Lebanon. And again, this invasion of southern Lebanon is being done under the guise that they're going to create a buffer zone so that Hezbollah can no longer fire rockets, missiles into northern Israel. Well, they go to the Litani River, Hezbollah can still, from north of that, reach northern Israel. So that's just a lie. This is an excuse to try to acquire more territory. And in the process, Israel is further weakening itself. And that's why I think you see such a desperate plea and such a ridiculous threat from the likes of, the little old lady from South Carolina.
Thank you, Larry. Great analysis. An analysis like nothing else I've seen so far. Much appreciated. I'm sure you'll have more to fill in on Friday for the Intelligence Community Roundtable. Thank you, Larry. Have a great week, my friend.
All right, Judge. Thank you.
All the best.
Excited now to be joined by our friend Brandon Weichert. He's a senior editor at 1945.com. Great friend of the show. Good to see you, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, as always.
So, Brandon, we want to go through the story of this raid deep inside of Iran to rescue a weapons systems officer who was part of an F-15 crew, which was shot down over Iran. Of course, there's now an official story from the Pentagon. We want to get some of your reaction to all of that and potential some other theories. Let's go and start with Donald Trump's announcement. We'll put it up here on the screen. He says, "We got him, my fellow Americans. Over the past several hours, the United States military pulled off one of the most daring search and rescue operations in U.S. history." He talks specifically about how all of the, it's a miraculous operation, etc. The official story of the operation was recounted here by Jack Murphy. He is the journalist actually who broke the initial news that this weapon system officer had been recovered. Let's take a listen to what he said. We're going to get your reaction.
But the broad pieces of it, as you know, there was a F-15 pilot on the ground who was escaping and evading for about 24 hours inside Iran. And from what we can tell about the effort to get him back, they did a lot of airstrikes to keep the Iranians off of his back. The Iranians have flooded a lot of assets into the area. We're actively searching for him. And meanwhile, we have to get, a ground team, helicopters in to actually extract the guy. And as we now know, they set up what's called a FARP, or a forward air refueling point. And so for people who aren't familiar, when you have to fly helicopters, but also airplanes sometimes, especially long distances, you have to set up some sort of like a fuel depot. I did this many moons ago for little birds in Iraq, just driving out somewhere and taking a fuel blivet out, leaving it in a field for a little bird pilot sometimes. This is a little bit more elaborate. There's a C-130 aircraft flown in that was refueling some of these helicopters. And this kind of plays into, how the pilot was actually pulled out of there. So they occupied this improvised landing strip, set up the FARP, and the pilot was eventually pulled out by Little Bird. So they went in and extracted him. But then on the way out, the C-130 got, as I understand, a wheel stuck in the sand. It like sunk into the dirt, and the crew was trying to dig it out. And that resulted in some delays. It took them a while to get off of that FARP. And the Delta Force element that was standing by as a quick reaction force was actually called in. They came in and helped blow up the aircraft. I mean, I know one C-130 was blown. Some media reports are saying 2 C-130s. I also believe at least one helicopter was blown up. And I guess they just determined that they could not recover them and get them home for whatever reason.
That's my old bill. $156. My new one, $38 a month. Or if I'm paying full coverage, $59 a month.
It's legit. Like, it's not, I'm not like, I don't know how they do it. Like, they must be taking into account other discounts, like state discounts. I have to look into it, but like, it's amazing. I'm going to put the link in the description. Click the link, check it out. Thank me later.
Escape the cares and worries of the day and soak up the beauty and tranquility of nature with new outdoor collections from Living Spaces. From cozy lounges to inviting dining sets, we have everything you need. Discover the joys of outdoor living only at Living Spaces.
And after that happened, whichever new aircraft, probably helicopters that they flew in the QRF on, they got everybody on those and flew them back home. And they were back over the Persian Gulf probably around 11:30 Eastern Standard Time last night. And that was pretty much the end of the operation as far as that's concerned. But I mean, the airstrikes are still ongoing.
So that's the official story, Brandon. First, zoom out. Tell us a little bit about what happened here. What does it say strategically about some of the problems already with the United States? Then, of course, the bravery of the people who also pulled this off.
Yeah, well, I'll start with that last part first. I mean, I know that there's a narrative the administration is putting out, and I know there's now a counter narrative possibly on social media. I'll just say in either event, I think the professionalism of the U.S. military was on full display. And these people that we have as an all volunteer force are extremely competent, and they can execute missions under a lot of pressure and even under some of the most strenuous circumstances. And so with that being said, I think we have to look at the larger picture here and say this was our first taste of real ground combat in Iran. And we probably got the Wizzo and the pilot, as the administration has said. We've gotten them back home, but look at what it cost us in the process. My colleague Larry Johnson, who's a former CIA analyst, has said that's about $400 million worth of taxpayer equipment that was destroyed in the process of this operation. That is not sustainable, especially if you look at some of the logistical problems we're having already. Not only are we cannibalizing Indo-PACOM stockpiles for interceptors and some of these JASSM ERs, which are very long range, extended range, long range strike missiles, but also we're already pulling KC-135 refuelers out from the boneyard, which usually indicates that we really are strapped here for stuff. So the idea that we kind of had to blow up some of our own equipment there is, which is the story coming out of the administration, is very disturbing, because we can anticipate if there is a larger ground operation planned, as people have been saying, it's going to be even costlier than what we went through. This is a snapshot. And as for the operation itself, it does seem like there was a lot of resources thrown into recovering two individuals. Now, I know we don't leave our people behind, and we try to, even if they're dead, we try to organize missions to bring their bodies home. That is something that's gone on the Ranger ethos goes back to the French Indian War. So we don't leave men behind. I understand that. But the people online who are questioning the official narrative, I think, are not wrong to, because not only has this administration been very misleading in its official statements about everything in the war, but also it's a lot of resources and a lot of money thrown into one mission set.
Yeah. So basically, I read the Reuters inside story of what happened. I read the Wall Street Journal inside story of what happened. And so the narrative is effectively, this one F-15 was downed. The pilot was rescued really quickly. The other guy was, it was very difficult to find him. He's wounded, but he's able to sort of clamber up the side of this mountain, send off a distress signal. They're able to pinpoint where he is. The CIA also ran some sort of misinformation up to sort of throw the Iranians off of the case. They bring in something like 100 special operators on these C-130s. The C-130s immediately, both of them, get stuck in the dirt. I saw the pictures. We just saw some of the pictures. I don't know anything. It looks like the ground's pretty hard there, but who knows? These are very large aircraft, very heavy, et cetera. They bring in these Little Bird helicopters on the C-130 transport planes. Those are then used to go and grab this guy, bring him back. But since the C-130s can't get off the ground, they have to destroy the C-130s, plus some reports say 2, some reports say 4 of the Little Birds, bring in other aircraft to then rescue now this roughly 100 men and potentially women who are now stuck behind enemy lines, get them all out, et cetera. At the same time, you've got Reaper drones and others who are firing in the surrounding area to keep the Iranians or anyone else away from the area where this rescue is happening. So as you listen to that narrative, I agree with you. It's not, it seems to me in line with the ethos of the U.S. military that it would not be crazy to expend that amount of resources. But is it actually necessary to expend that amount of resources? Is this the way that a rescue op would normally go? Is this the normal amount of I don't know what the proper language is, but is this the sort of stuff that you would bring to? Would you normally bring in 100 men to accomplish this sort of thing? What would be the reason for that?
The only thing comparable to this level was actually the failed Carter administration Operation Eagle Claw, which actually was very similar to what occurred in Iran this last weekend, where Carter had a bunch of a bunch of transport planes meet Navy elements in the middle of the Iranian desert, and they set up kind of a temporary refueling station, and the whole thing went pear-shaped from that moment onward, which it was very similar to here. And of course, in that case, though, you had a lot of American hostages at the embassy, so they needed to have an even larger military force that was able to kind of go in and theoretically get them out. So for two guys, it just seems like a lot of resources were expended. Now, the argument, I think, would be that the Iranian territory is very well defended, and this was very deep inside their territory. So they needed to have enough stuff to punch a hole, land, refuel, and then go out and execute their mission, and under a lot of hostile fire, which we saw those videos coming out of Iran. It looked like something from like a battlefield video game, where it was just incoming everywhere, and very confusing modern combat situation. So I think probably this is not the norm in terms of the amount of resources expended, but this is a pretty extraordinary instance. And if, whether it was just a rescue operation or a rescue operation plus something else, the fact of the matter is this is a preview of what to expect if the president really does pull the trigger on putting a larger force on Karg Island or Qasem Island or some other part of Iran. It's going to be a very messy situation.
Right. And I think that's what we're trying to underscore here. Nobody is saying, nobody is trying to underplay, even if the official story is correct about how great it is to get a pilot back. But, it doesn't make you a ninny to say, look, that's really great that happened, but let's zoom out a little bit. Right. We weren't even supposed to have aircraft being shot down, period. That's right. I mean, we had two A-10s go down. Can we go ahead and put, B-5 up there on the screen? You have two A-10s that go down in the span of 24 hours, apparently as part of this operation. F-15, that alone is a couple $100 million in aircraft, 2 combat rescue helicopters, an F-16 has to declare emergency, land safely. A Strato tanker declares emergency over Israel, has to land. And Iran also claimed that it had fired another U.S. jet. Now, the last one has not been confirmed. All the rest of them, it's very clear, especially when you combine some of the tanker incidents that brought down those 4 Americans who died a few weeks ago over Iraq. It is very obvious many of our airmen are in much more harm over Iran than they ever were in the global war on terror, which is a shock to the system and would be only 10 times more if there was any sort of ground invasion. So I just really would love your perspective on that.
Yeah, no, the administration keeps saying that we have total air control, and this experience clearly indicates that that is not the case. The air defense network of Iran may be degraded. I fully admit it is likely degraded because of our attacks over the last, month now, but ultimately it is not destroyed. And I think that any American who has family in the military should be aware that this mission set is not exactly as the Pentagon is claiming. It is not this walk in the park. It's not this spike the football moment. This is a very dangerous and high tempo operation. It's straining our people. It's straining in the military. It's straining the already strained equipment, and it's draining our already finite supplies of critical weapons and material at a time when the whole world seems to be stretching the American military juggernaut. So this is not the rosy scenario that's being depicted in American corporate press. And I think this is very dangerous because I think this also misleads the president, actually. I think the president starts thinking, oh, well, if this is a cakewalk, I've got total control. I can then do the next step, which is to put more troops on the ground, and we'll wrap this up in a few weeks. And that is not going to be the case.
All right, so let's talk about the alternate theory. No one is saying this is proven, but we certainly can't take this administration's word for literally anything. We also can't take the Iranian regime's word for literally anything. So it's left to all of us to look at the evidence and ask us if we think that it makes sense and comports with reality. So here is one example of the way this theory is being put together. Let's go ahead and put this up on the screen. So this is from a visiting assistant professor at a Fletcher school. And he says that he believes this was not just about rescuing this one airman, but that this was actually unrelated to the pilot rescue mission. And the attempt here was to go in and try to grab the nuclear material. So I'll read what he lays down. He says, emerging evidence suggests that U.S. operations south of Isfahan, marked in red on the map, were unrelated to any pilot rescue mission. The downed American pilot was reportedly located in southwest Iran, near these different provinces whose names I definitely will screw up if I try to pronounce, marked in blue on the map, not central Iran. Instead, this appears to have been a failed heliborne insertion aimed at locating uranium within Iran. The recent dismissal of seasoned U.S. generals may not be coincidental, may reflect internal resistance to such high-risk operations. Given Iran's increasingly effective air defense and the apparent failure of this mission, the viability of future heliborne incursions deep into Iranian territory is now in serious doubt and may need to be abandoned. So the idea here is effectively that, I think it's not in doubt an F-15 went down and there were 2 individuals on board who had to be rescued. When they were rescued, how they were rescued, whether this was a rescue plus or whether the guy was already rescued and then they just used that as a cover to try this thing so that they could declare mission accomplished even if it went sideways. I think that is all of this is pure speculation at this point. But basically what people are looking at is the fact that you had so many resources devoted to this, that it was really close to Isfahan, which is reportedly where most of the enriched uranium is, that there seems to have been an attempt to set up effectively sort of like a temporary base in this agricultural airstrip, that this attempt apparently failed. And, that you had to blow up all of this equipment and then, have others come in and to the rescue, that this is indicative potentially not of at least just a pilot rescue, but it may have been another mission that ultimately failed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wrote for the Daily Caller last week an opinion piece analyzing why I thought if we did do a ground incursion, it would be the Tom Clancy uranium hunt, because that seems to be what President Trump has been fixated on, is the prospect of an Iranian nuclear weapons breakout. He's been talking about this for years. And, to be fair to him, this is not something new. He's been talking about it since the 2016 campaign when he was opposed to the JCPOA that Obama negotiated. So that would have been been the most consistent. And if you were doing the ghost recon, your uranium hunt in the middle of the desert, the kind of equipment that was brought in and the kind of planes that were brought in and the kind of, outlay of resources, that's all consistent with a uranium hunt. They needed to set up an airstrip. They did. They needed to be able to have, hold the territory long enough for heavier equipment to ultimately be brought in. That didn't happen, but it very well may have been the next step if this was just more than a rescue operation. And the fact that it's in Isfahan, or just near Isfahan, that's the real thing that has a lot of very learned people. This isn't just internet conspiracy theorists. This is very learned people who are experts in foreign policy and national security who are suggesting that, hey, there's more to this story because the kind of resources that were brought to bear are not consistent with two people being rescued. Furthermore, the F-15 that was used in question is a two-seater Strike Eagle. That is a very specific aircraft that is used for certain kind of, at times, suppression of enemy air defense, SEAD missions. That indicates to me also that there was some kind of escalation in the offing when that airplane was deployed in the first place to go out and I believe it was deployed near Karg Island. So ultimately, there's some very odd things going on here that do not align with the official narrative.
Yeah. And I think, look, it genuinely could be both. The guys nearby, hey, also, we need to be able to test. Put a landing strip down. Yeah. Let's put all these people. If this works well, then we could build off of this.
We have
last
a forward
question.
Operating base.
Right. Well, so that's my last question for you. Are you more so some people saw, maybe Trump will take this as an off-ramp. Knowing his psychology, especially with Venezuela, they're going to sell this to him as a stunning success. This only makes ground troops more likely to me. Yeah. Curious for your view.
Oh, I think we're going in somewhere into Iran. I think now, if anything, you saw that very troubling Easter message from the president. And, I was at my church yesterday and they're all very pro-Trump, but even they were like, why did he say such a thing on Easter of all days? It's, I think it's because he was reacting likely to what was really a disastrous. I mean, they pulled it off in terms of getting the pilots back, which again, that's excellent and good job. But ultimately, $400 million worth of equipment lost, and the Iranians now have this big propaganda victory, etc. I think that Trump now is going to want to double down because he's going to want to basically reassert his control over the situation, which means ground troops are next somewhere. And this is a snapshot of how badly things could go, and they will go badly. And then after that, of course, the next escalation is nuclear weapons. And as you know, I'm still very fearful that is ultimately where this is headed in some fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. So you mean to tell me open the fucking straight, praise be to Allah was not the Easter message that churchgoers were expecting from our president? How strange.
A chilling claim from Iran is going viral. Did Iranian forces really find a U.S. soldier's skull inside the wreckage of a destroyed American aircraft? As images flood social media, the truth behind this claim is far more complicated. The controversy began after Iranian state-linked media released photos claiming they showed wreckage of a U.S. military aircraft, along with possible human remains. Some reports even suggested a skull of an American serviceman had been recovered. But here's where the story takes a sharp turn. According to U.S. Central Command, there were no casualties reported in the operation. In fact, the aircraft in question may have been deliberately destroyed by U.S. forces themselves. So, what really happened? This all ties back to a dramatic rescue mission announced by US President Donald Trump. An F-15 crew member stranded deep inside Iranian territory was rescued after evading capture for over 24 hours. Trump called it one of the most daring rescue operations in U.S. history, even declaring in all caps, "We got him." Reports suggest the airmen, injured during ejection, hid inside a narrow mountain crevice while Iranian forces searched the area, even asking civilians for help. And the rescue itself? Highly risky, rarely attempted, and incredibly complex. Behind the scenes, the CIA reportedly launched a deception campaign, spreading false information to mislead Iranian forces, buying crucial time for the rescue team. Now, back to the viral images. Social media users quickly picked them up, with some claiming they clearly showed a human skull. Others pushed back, saying the image didn't even look real and could be artificially generated.
Subscribe to One India and never miss an update.
And in fact, it's still going on there live in the White House right now. President Trump is speaking before a podium there before the cameras to the American people, answering all kinds of questions about two separate things, or two related things, but two distinct. One is what happened with the rescue of the downed WSO pilot, the weapons special officer pilot, the second pilot from the F-15 that was shot down. And then the second part primarily is what is going to happen tomorrow at 8 p.m. when the deadline comes in. How close are we to negotiated settlement? All that kind of stuff. We have Professor Morandi is going to be back with us from live from Tehran University at 2 p.m. I'm sorry, at 3 p.m. Just about 25 minutes from now. And we're going to talk a lot with him about some of the things that President Trump just said, as well as some other things that some other folks have said. And of course, the most important thing, he's going to tell us what is going on in Iran, and really is going to respond to some of the things President Trump said. So we're going to save part of that for him, but I did not want to let you go because there's some very important things that President Trump said related, first of all, to what happened over this weekend. And there's a lot of confusion, and this cleared up some of it, added some other confusion here. We're going to talk about that. But before he started this, when he was actually out in front of the White House, he was asking some questions. And one of the questions that was asked was, what about this deadline? Because initially it was supposed to have been tonight at 8 p.m., but then he moved that back to tomorrow night. And in answer to what may be coming next, he said a couple of very interesting things.
Because we are obliterating that country. And I hate to do it, but we're obliterating. And they just don't want to say uncle. They don't want to cry, as the expression goes, uncle, but they will. And if they don't, they'll have no bridges. They'll have no power plants. They'll have no anything. I won't go further because there are other things that are worse than those two. And we might have, well, the thing, if I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil, because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil. I'd keep the oil. I would make plenty of money.
Okay, so this really gives you an insight into the thinking of President Trump. Because first of all, he says, we're just knocking the heck out of them and we're beating them up and blowing up all kinds of stuff. But then he says, you know what? They just won't cry uncle. So he's viewing this as, listen, I'm trying to ratchet up the pain so they just do, quote, the right thing. Many people in President Trump's orbit over the last 12 or so hours have been saying, that's it. We're just looking for Iran to do the right thing. which is to submit to President Trump's interest there. And then he said a couple of other things. He said, listen, now, if it's up to me, I'd just take the oil. And that's a theme that he actually, in these comments that he just is still making from the podium, he brought up again because he brought the issue up of Venezuela. And he says, look, we took the oil there, and he just went on, raved on and on about how much we were making from that. And let's see, I think I had a couple of notes here from his comment on there. He said, we've had, I forget how many, 100 million barrels of oil we have taken from them. And he said, and it's more than paid for the cost of the war. He said, which was about 45 minutes. He used that term, about 45 minutes of war. And that also tells you something, because he is, like I said, that whole point was not about getting Maduro to do the right thing, not about getting him to step down. He wanted that oil. And now he feels like he has taken it, because he says, to the victor goes the spoils. And so we're going to take the spoils. So, I mean, it's like a pirate on a national level. I mean, this is something that should alarm every American. This is not who we are. It's not who we were. I guess with him in the charge, and as long as he's allowed to by the Congress and both the House and the Senate, by the American people, if we allow this to happen and sit passively by, then I guess tacitly we're okay with it. I'm personally not okay with it. I'm just incensed by this. I find it reprehensible. It's brigandage. It's the literal thing. One of the reasons why I joined up in the military back in 1985 when I first became a private is because I wanted to defend my country against potential people like this that wanted to use force to take something that didn't belong to them. We used to stand against that kind of thing. And now here he's holding it up as an example of something to pursue. And then don't miss this. This seems like a small part of that soundbite there, but it's not, and don't miss it. He said, unfortunately, the American people want us to get out. He considers that a problem to navigate and to associate or to get rid of. But he still then goes back again. But I think we should take the oil, which tells you he is not going to do this easily. He is not trying to get a negotiated settlement. Let's just be blunt and crystal clear. Make sure nobody is fooled by this, because they're attempting to fool you, and they want to couch this in all kinds of moralistic ways, which they've been doing periodically, scattershot and contradictory before, because they don't really care about it. They're just trying to put covering over it so that the truth is not put before your face, which is they just want to steal the resources of this country and turn them into a subservient vassal. Another country whose oil wealth we can steal. And so then now that's going to make us an even bigger power, oil power, and give us more control over the whole affairs of the global economy. At least that's the intent. I have grave doubts that we're going to succeed in doing that, but that's what he's thinking. He got successful with what happened in Venezuela, and now he's looking to do something here. The cost is a little higher, but he's willing to go down that path. That is a problem here, and it's unfortunate. So the United States military is not just trying to keep Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He said that during the remarks here. That's a lie. He will concurrently, even in his the question and answer portion of what's still going on, he said that, listen, we obliterated their ability to have a nuclear weapon last year. Intelligence confirmed just right before, I guess, maybe 2 weeks ago. They haven't resuscitated it. Now, others will claim later, well, they did. They were doing it somewhere else, or they were thinking about it. Or Lindsey Graham, of course, sings that song and dance all the time. But the actual intelligence community said, no, that's not what we're doing. Or that's not what they're doing. They haven't done that. They have not reiterated or revived a nuclear weapons program because they didn't have one. There was no nuclear weapons program before. Now, as we've talked many times, President Trump continues to lay this fiction down that they were trying to get a nuclear bomb, but all of our intelligence says that they weren't. And then one thing he did say during that time I'm going to talk about right now is that he went back to this old weird trope where he's saying that the only reason that we had to hit them here is because they were going to have a nuclear bomb. And thank God, he said, I took us out of that disastrous Obama era JCPOA, joint, I forget what it stands for, the nuclear deal. And that is as irrational as it can be. That's something close to saying, you know what? I saved us from getting wet by filling up a swimming pool. What? You fill up a swimming pool, you're going to get wet, because otherwise, if it's dry, then you wouldn't get wet if you got in the pool. But if you fill it with water, it's kind of physically impossible not to. That's the situation with the JCPOA, because that guaranteed, or as close to guaranteed as you could possibly come, that they wouldn't have a bomb, because they had a very low level of allowed enrichment, 3.67%, a tiny amount of material that they could stockpile, and all kinds of other off ramps, other kinds of things that would ensure that they couldn't make a bomb, and of course, all kinds of IAEA inspectors. It wasn't flawed or wasn't perfect deal. There was some limitations on where people could go, but in all the known nuclear sites and all the things that they could do, they were not able to. They were not going down that path. They had a fatwa against it, and by all evidence from 2003 up until today, they were not pursuing a nuclear weapon, or at least up until President Trump's bombing last year knocked out the inspectors. So we don't actually know what's going on now, and if they are going once, because we pushed them into it. That is the irrational thing. So President Trump, again, today claimed that had he not gotten out of the deal that was designed and enforced to prevent them from getting a bomb, he said they would have had one. And I guess he's good at this in a perverted sort of way of saying something so many times over and over and over that after a while people just get beat down, because it is so irrational and illogical that now that it just doesn't even get commented on. Nobody in the gallery brought the issue up. Nobody said, "I'm sorry, Mr. President, but that's illogical. How could them being in the JCPOA result in a bomb? It's illogical. It can't have happened. It's the opposite. By getting out, you got rid of the constraints, and that's the reason they went from 3.67 to 60% enrichment all the time, in response to something we were doing, in response to the sanctions that we put on them, in response to things that the Israelis were doing to them. And they kept saying, we're going to do this. I think in 2021 is when they went up to 60%, and they said they would like to return to the constraints of the JCPOA if only we would have we'd get back in the deal. But we didn't. Of course, that was during the Biden administration. And then, of course, Trump we know what he's done since he came into office here. So it's important to know, while he's sitting there talking, don't just say, well, it's the president of the United States, and of course he's coherent and logical and rational, and so we have to listen to what he says, when it's not. And when he says stuff like that is illogical, and it's not even possible to be, and it defies any kind of obvious reality. That's what we need to understand. So that's what a lot of this was, what was happening down here. And then one video I do want to play from this press conference before we break contact here and bring in Professor Morandi. He says, look, we need to, well, I'll let him speak for himself.
You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom.
So all I can tell you is they want freedom. So we'll just keep bombing and killing them, and we'll destroy their ability to even survive as a nation, send them back to the Stone Age. What you said in that previous soundbite. So just before going in there. And then he wants you to believe, and again, this is the same category here, believe something that's illogical and irrational. But he's saying it, and there's nobody on that stage that's going to contradict him. Ergo, it must be true. Well, it's of course not true. Now, there are a handful of people, and I've talked to an Iranian expat who lives in this country, who lives here in the Washington, D.C. area, who hates the regime and has been looking for ways to to have them overthrown and from within for many, many years. His family suffered and his friends suffered egregiously because of the government there. So he would love to see them gone. He is adamantly opposed to having his country destroyed by Israeli and American bombs. If they're going to change the government, they want to be able to do it from the inside on their time schedule, in their way, not because it's forced on somebody else. And of course, they're not stupid, and they see this has nothing to do with freedom for the Iranian people. This has everything to do with taking the Iranian oil. So let's be crystal clear on that. And by the way, I asked my friend here, is this true? And he said, well, there's a handful of people, especially a lot of these royalists from Reza Pahlavi, I think his name is, from the Shah, the son of the previous Shah, who was overthrown because they were exploiting the people so bad. He said that there are a handful of them who have been celebrating, literally a handful, but the vast majority of the people are not celebrating in Iran, in Tehran specifically, and saying, yeah, come bomb us. To the contrary, that most people, the vast majority of people, have rallied around the flag, as was obviously and easily predictable. That is the vast majority. President Trump didn't even mention any of that because that would counter his preferred outcome. He doesn't want you to say, well, I know we started hitting them, and yeah, there's a few people have said this, but the most people, even those who didn't like the regime, are now rallying around it, and they're protesting and walking the streets in support of the government. He's obviously not going to say that. That's what's happening. And so President Trump is, again, distorting reality, just fabricating, outright lying. I mean, there's every bad pejorative you want to use, description. That's what he's doing right there with great gusto and conviction. And unfortunately, a lot of people are not going to be watching this show. They're not going to be looking on social media. They're not going to see what the other side says. They're just going to listen to what President Trump says and some of his other advisors. And actually, Gary, I want to put one other one up here. I want to look at, speaking of those who are supporting President Trump, this is the people in America are going to, on our networks, are going to hear what President Trump said. And then I'm going to show you Representative Crawford, because this is a U.S. representative who's going to say something that is also just as detached. But if this is the only message you hear, you're probably going to support the administration. Watch this.
What he is telling people is that I want to give them a diplomatic out. He's trying to give them every opportunity to make the right choice, do the right thing. And I think that window is going to be open for a little while longer, but after that, it's going to close decisively and the president will take action.
Do the right thing? I want the people of Iran to do the right thing by surrendering to the United States under fire and handing over their oil wealth. I mean, and he says that with a straight face. Do the right thing. Well, right in whose description? Certainly not in any kind of general sense, not in a human sense, because no matter whether you love or hate the Iranian regime, it should be beyond question that some other power can't come in and say, I like your oil, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it. Are you going to be okay with the Chinese going, you know what? I'm sick and tired of the Taiwanese not doing what I've told them to. They should have done the right thing. But now then, we're just going to go take the island. We already condemned the Russians because they said, we don't want NATO on our border. And so they said, we're going to go and we're going to force you out. You're either going to compel to us and not have NATO in there, or we're going to go take it. And of course, we condemn them. Well, they can't do that. That's wrong for them. That would be wrong for China to do. But for us, no problem. It's no problem at all. If we want their oil, we'll just take it. They either give it to us or they die. Is that the kind of country you want to belong to? Is that the kind of country you want to live in? You want to fight and die for? Now, I don't have time to go through it here. I've only got just a few minutes left. But they went through a lot of details, and we'll be covering this in a subsequent story here later, or show later on. But he talked about all of how the two extractions went for the F-15 pilots, both the front seat and the back seat. Dude 44 Alpha and Dude 44 Bravo, the two pilots that were extracted successfully. And we've shown you that earlier today about some of wreckage that was done to the planes, and just some of the disastrous mechanical things that happened. But the description of what the troopers actually did was truly phenomenal. It was amazing under enemy fire, how much resources were put together, how hard these guys fought for their brother in arms, and they would literally move heaven and earth and do everything. It was truly inspiring. But holy crap, you're asking these guys to go to all this trouble so one man, Donald Trump, can steal the oil of another country? Is that what we're fighting for? That is insane. Why do we have people going into there? Why do we have 13 Americans dead and at least 330 wounded, although it's apparently upwards around 700, according to The Intercept? Unfortunately, I don't trust anything our government says, so I don't know what the truth is, only I know it's a lot. What have they been wounded for? What were those Americans killed for? So President Trump can take the oil of another country and what? What does he get? He's a billionaire already. He's not going to get any more money. What is he going to do with it? But that's what he's asking us to fight for. He said in this conference here, unfortunately, the American people want us out. He finds that inconvenient. That the American people don't want their troopers killed so that you can take their oil. This is a real problem, folks. This is a real problem. This is an ugly situation here, and it's being done in broad daylight on national television, primetime telecast. It was that we were just showing here a minute ago. And because this has become normal for him, most of the reporters just write down what he said and they'll put it in their articles. There's very few that are going to be saying this. You need to hear this. Share this with people, folks, whether that's share it with our podcast information, share this link here, share it on our social media, on X, whatever, Instagram, we're all over the place. Share this with people. This version, don't let them just hear whatever the mainstream media is going to say, where they'll just put a few headlines and they'll put a few quotes with no context. You need to understand what he said is nonsense. It's a lie, and it's designed to exploit somebody else for his case, and he doesn't care about the cost and blood of your sons and daughters. That's a problem to me. Not something I'm okay with. Appreciate you guys. We will be back with Professor Morandi here in about 5 minutes. Really eager to see what he has to say, because he's going to be talking about what the reality is on the ground from Iran and what we might can expect at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Thanks, folks, and we'll see you in a few minutes on the day.
What's everyone want for dinner?
At Cheddar Scratch Kitchen, we have something for everyone.
Reports and footage from April 5, 2026, confirmed that plumes of smoke rose from Ramat Hovev Industrial Zone in northern Negev Desert, following the arrival of an Iranian ballistic missile, sparking a massive fire.
Wow.
That morning's strike marked the third time an Iranian missile had successfully hit a major heavy industrial center, located approximately 12 kilometers south of Be'er Sheva in southern Israel, since the war began. Locals don't have time to enjoy a cup of coffee, rushed to film the moment the missile arrived in the occupied sky, until one landed with pinpoint accuracy. This time, a Dama chemical plant was hit, a day after Israel confirmed it had attacked a major petrochemical complex in Mashhar, southwestern Iran. Iranian officials said the attack targeted several petrochemical units, killing 5 civilians and injuring approximately 170 others, with damage reported throughout the complex, and condemned it as a war crime, targeting civilian infrastructure. The impact appears to be consistent with a Kibar Shekin ballistic missile, based on the characteristics of the strike, although this remains unconfirmed. According to sources, Adama plant is recognized as a key chemical production hub for Israeli regime, whose core industry consists of chemicals and hazardous waste. According to the Israeli Rescue Service, Adama Company has a large, aging facility in the area hit and evacuated due to concerns about hazardous materials, at the same location where Iranian missiles were fired last week. The U.S.-made Patriot air defense system in Bahrain literally again performed a reversal maneuver and returned to its original direction in Sitra area on the morning of April 5. Footage shared by local residents shows the superiority of the PAC-3 surface-to-air missile of MEM-104 Patriot AD system as an interceptor missile that is considered unmatched when it attempted to intercept missiles and drones launched from Iran. But for the second time, the oil storage tank of Bahrain Petroleum Company, BAPCO, was hit directly and this time by itself. The missile, worth $4 million, then missed at high speed and hit the main Bahraini oil refinery, causing the adjacent storage tank complex in Sitra to explode and catch fire. At the same time as Patriot blow, footage showed the moment an Iranian ballistic missile struck the refinery, sparking a massive fire at the oil processing facility, which had also previously been hit by Iranian attacks. Bahrain hosts the headquarters of the U.S.'s key Gulf Command and the Regional Financial Center in Manama, where these assets support military logistics in the Strait of Hormuz region, in the event of U.S. attack on Iran. Columns of smoke caused by missiles and drones were seen rising from the refinery, sending thick black smoke blanketing the surrounding industrial area. BAPCO Energies said the situation was under control, and damage assessments were underway, instead declaring force majeure on its operations, following what appeared to be a combined attack during IRGC works.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is considerable confusion about what happened and what the truth is about what happened between the 3rd and the 4th, Friday and Saturday, which led to, first, the loss of an F-15E aircraft of the American Air Force, two, the ejection of the pilot, then what the Americans have described as a absolute daredevilry involved in rescuing the American pilot by a group of US Special Forces who rescued him from the ground. And then this was played up by Donald Trump as saying that this shows how brave the American forces are. And this shows the kind of effort that the Americans put in to rescue one weapon system officer. The American claim being that hundreds of special forces were sent in and bravely they rescued one of their own crew instead of leaving him behind. So this was positioned by Trump as a huge success, and Netanyahu went and started congratulating him. But was this the real story? If you ask me personally, ladies and gentlemen, the facts just do not add up. Because on the one side, I'm seeing these stories of bravery, and on the other, I'm seeing this visuals of a catastrophe that has just hit the American Air Force. Visuals of huge planes, C-130 Hercules planes, destroyed, lying on the ground. Visuals of planes falling off the sky. And on the ground, MC-130 huge transport aircraft, which are used in covert operations, completely destroyed. Visuals of Apache helicopters being fired upon, but most importantly, visuals of rubble, visuals of completely destroyed US Air Force planes, visuals of MH-6, what is called Little Bird helicopters. The Americans say that they destroyed their own planes, they destroyed their own helicopters, but somehow I don't believe it. Why would the Americans destroy their own helicopters, their own transport planes? And why would they destroy these helicopters and these planes in a place very, very close, just 25 kilometers away from the uranium site of Isfahan? Now, the Americans have their own story. They say that they had taken over this area. They were running their own airstrip, claiming they had built some kind of a temporary Air Force base out of a little-known airstrip that is in near Isfahan, and that they decided to destroy their own planes for their own reasons rather than leave them behind. It's like saying one of these planes had a technical trouble, it was not airworthy, and then they decided to destroy these planes. But it does not add up, ladies and gentlemen. It does not seem anything to do with the so-called rescue of the officer that it's being claimed to be, because this officer was rescued 300 to 400 kilometers away in a completely different place in central Iran called Dehdast. Now, if the officer had ejected and was rescued 300, 400 kilometers away, then why was such a large stockpile of American aircraft, military equipment, and helicopters, a whole long list of military hardware, which includes C-130 planes, MH-16 helicopters, A-10 air support, armed drones? If you wanted to rescue one pilot who had been brought down with his F-15E Strike Eagle fighter plane, why would you, in the process of destroying that one pilot, completely obliterate two C-130 aircraft, four UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters, one A-10 Warthog attack aircraft, two Little Bird helicopters, two MQ-9 Reaper drones? Why would you destroy all of these and blow them up and then say we blew them up ourselves? It makes no sense, ladies and gentlemen. This is wreckage. Why would America destroy their own planes and helicopters on Iranian territory? No wonder, ladies and gentlemen, the Iranians are beginning to make fun of the Americans and said that the US has suffered a humiliating defeat. The enemy's flying objects were destroyed. Ladies and gentlemen, my view is that there is one possibility, and that possibility is that Trump wanted some kind of a victory. So he wanted to carry out one act of daredevilry, send out hundreds of special forces to try and bring back some enriched uranium. When that was not possible, they tried to get out of that place, and that's when all their equipment was blown up. It could also be, ladies and gentlemen, that the Americans went 300 miles inside Iran, near that whole nuclear zone of Isfahan, Qum, Natanz, which is the sensitive zone of Iran, with all their nuclear facilities close by, and they wanted to carry out an extrication of nuclear equipment, but they couldn't do it, and they actually ended up facing a humiliating defeat with so much military hardware being destroyed. This also explains the kind of language which Trump used after that, and you will notice, and this is most unfortunate, that he has used the F word, he has used the B word, and he has called the Iranians crazy, and he's threatened to destroy America once again and stone it back, blow it up, obliterate it back to the Stone Age. And that comment of his for 24 hours back has surprised and shocked people. What I'm saying to you tonight is, ladies and gentlemen, Trump is lying. He's making up this whole story. this entire terrible story of some great military operation to rescue one pilot. It could have been a rescue operation, but that does not explain what happened to the destruction of American planes, very expensive planes, transport aircraft, fighter jets, and helicopters 300 kilometers away. My own guess is over the weekend, Trump has had a huge, massive military loss. And this comes at a time when he's already a bag of nerves. He started sacking his army chief. He's on the verge of sacking a lot of other people. He's going to be sacking his director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. He's going to be sacking Kash Patel, the completely ironic and moronic FBI chief. So he is a person who's a bag of nerves. He's losing it. He's using terrible language. I will also try and ask the more basic question the whole world is asking. When there are so many things which are obviously untruths, which are falsehoods, what is the American media doing? What are the American politicians doing? Where are the statesmen and intellectuals of America? Why are they not asking the questions that we are?
Donald Trump is panicking as Iran has instantly sent back a message to Donald Trump and his regime in the war after Donald Trump claimed that they were very close yet again to reaching a ceasefire. Iran says we are not close to reaching a ceasefire. We don't want a ceasefire. And Iran sent back its own 10-point plan consistent with the non-negotiables that we've been talking about here for a long time on the Midas Touch network. Iran sent a 10-point plan. If you indeed want peace, Donald Trump, you have to agree to an end of all regional fighting, meaning security guarantees for Iran long-term, for the Houthis of Yemen, for Hezbollah in Lebanon, for the Iranian-backed Shiite groups in Iraq. We want full reparations, full sanctions relief. We want to control the Strait of Hormuz forever with a toll system, and we will never give up ballistic missiles, Shahid drones, or any of our major weapons systems. Those are our initial non-negotiables. There's some other points there as well. But otherwise, we're not even negotiating within your 15-point framework, Donald Trump, Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. Iran has made this abundantly clear for weeks now. We've been reporting it on the Midas Touch network, but every Sunday evening, right before the markets are about to open, Donald Trump and his regime go to the same reporter, Barack Ravid over at Axios, who manipulates the market, or they work together to have the consequence of manipulating the markets. We'll just say that, and I'm giving you, in my opinion, you're entitled to your opinions as well, because late last night, right before the markets open, Barack Ravid of Axios goes, in a last-ditch push, the U.S., Iran, and a group of regional mediators are discussing the terms of a potential 45-day ceasefire that could lead to a permanent end of the war, according to 4 U.S., Israeli, and regional sources. That was last night, and I said, this is absolute BS. This is market manipulation, in my opinion. So here's what Barack Ravid posted this morning, right before the real news came out, or right around the same time the real news came out, that Iran was not agreeing to a ceasefire. It doesn't want a ceasefire. It wants a permanent solution with all of those guarantees that I mentioned. Barack Ravid goes, a White House, this was this morning, a White House official told me the plan for a 45-day ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is one of many ideas being discussed at the moment. The president has not signed off on it. Operation Epic Fury continues. Donald Trump will speak at 1 p.m. from the White House. I mean, so utterly embarrassing. Now, before Donald Trump is delivering that speech at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Pacific, Donald Trump was outside for the kind of annual Easter egg hunt over at the White House. But Donald Trump turned this into a press conference about himself and about the war in Iran. And as he continues to panic in public, Donald Trump is saying that the Iranian people love it when the United States bombs them. They go, this is what the Iranian people love, he says. They want to be free, and so when we bomb them, that makes them happy. They get upset when we don't bomb them. Here, play this clip.
The Iranian people, when they don't hear bombs go off, they're upset. They want to hear bombs because they want to be free. And the only reason they're not out protesting, you know that, is because they were informed that if they protest, like the wrestler and his friends, if they protest, they will be shot immediately. And that's an edict, that's in writing.
And he says it again, the time the Iranian people are the most unhappy in their life is when the bombs stop. They love when we bomb their elementary schools, their universities, their bridges. They love it. They love it. That's what they want, Donald Trump basically says here. Play this clip.
Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund. Roughly 30 seconds.
It was given to me loud and clear. The time the Iranian people are the most unhappy when you hear bombs all over is when those bombs stop. That's the problem. Is when they stop, because that means that are they coming back? We want to have them back, and you know everybody knows it, everybody sees it. So,
and again, it's so demented. You have like the Easter music in the background for the festivities, and this is what he's talking about. Then he's asked, so if Iran does not meet your demands, are you going to continue the war? And Trump's like, you'll have to watch. It's an easy question. The answer is yes, but you'll have to watch. Like this is some horrific Hollywood movie. You're just going to stay tuned for the next season of what war crimes will Donald Trump commit tomorrow? Here, play this clip.
Is Tuesday your final deadline? Is Tuesday at 8 p.m. your final deadline?
Yeah.
If Iran does not meet your demands, Mr. President, are you willing to continue the war?
You'll have to watch.
It's
an easy question. The answer is yes, but you'll have to watch.
Then a reporter asks him, so you said Iran has been obliterated, but why are we still at war with them then if Iran has been obliterated? And Trump's like, they can't fight back. They got lucky with that one shot with that airplane. But our helicopters have a lot of bullet holes in them right now, a lot of bullet holes for our helicopters right now. But they got lucky. They have no missiles left, no nothing. Okay. I mean, do we realize how demented this is? We can literally see the Iranians firing the ballistic missiles on a daily basis into the Arab nation neighbors where America has military bases and assets. We see the Iranian FPV drones. We see the Shahed drones. Like, do we truly understand the extent and depth of how demented this is? And by the way, I'm not going to forget that it was just yesterday that Donald Trump said, open the effing straight, you crazy bastards. Praise be to Allah. Nor am I going to forget that while all of this is taking place, the Trump regime is still covering up a child sex trafficking ring with the Epstein files. Anyway, here, play this clip.
You said Iran has been obliterated. Why are we still at war then?
It's a big country. They can't fight back. They have no capability. I mean, they have some missiles left. They have some drones left, but essentially they have no capability. They had a lucky shot with an airplane, but we got them back out. The rescue was incredible. And it wasn't of one person. It was of two person. There are those that say that's never happened before, because usually when you're shot down in strong enemy and deep enemy territory, you can't go after them because you'll end up losing 250 people to get one. So it's a terrible thing. But we had to make a decision. Do we do it or do we not? And we did. And, we have some helicopters with a lot of bullet holes in them right now. Probably you know that. No, I'm very honored to have rebuilt our military. We rebuilt our military in my first term. I'm using it in our second term. And we are the most respected country anywhere in the world with the greatest military anywhere in the world. Thank you. So we have
Your credit score may have taken a big hit over the holidays, and you may not even know it. I know I didn't. Sure, a late payment hurts, but so does opening a stored credit card. Spending traps derail you.
Stop Iran. We gave them some guns, but they stole our guns. And I'm gonna get back at this group of people. I'm gonna get lots of people suspect that he may be talking about when he armed the Kurds in order to invade Iran, and then the Kurds did not invade Iran when the war began. I'm not sure if that's who he's talking about or a group within Iran, but Donald Trump now threatens another group right here. Play this clip.
They don't have guns. You know, we sent some guns, but the group that was supposed to give, which I said would happen to my people, I said it, I called it exactly. We sent guns, a lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could fight back against these thugs. You know what happened? The people that they sent them to kept them because they said, what a beautiful gun, I think I'll keep it. So I'm very upset with a certain group of people, and they're going to pay a big price for that. But the Iranian people will fight back as soon as they know they're not going to be shot and as soon as they can get weapons. If they had weapons.
And Donald Trump's like, we have many alternatives of what we want to do right here. We can leave right now. It would take around 15 years to build, but I want to finish it up. I want to stay. I said, folks, this is exactly the time path or the time frame for COVID right now, right? Like a miracle, it was all going to go away before Easter, bend the curve before Easter, and then that didn't happen. And then afterwards, it was like, whoa, this is just going to go on and on and on and on and on. Except now it's not COVID, it's Donald Trump's unlawful and catastrophic war in Iran that has created a massive supply shock to all different types of supplies and is causing catastrophic economic consequences and military consequences and all sorts of consequences across the country and the world. Play this clip.
That's the problem. When they stop, because that means that are they coming back? We want to have them back, and you know everybody knows it, everybody sees it. So hopefully it could be over with quickly. Again, there are lots of different alternatives. We have many alternatives. We could leave right now, and it would take them 15 years to rebuild what they have. We could leave right now, but I want to finish it up. Iran, ready, cannot have a nuclear weapon. They are lunatics, and you can't put nuclear weapons in the hands of a lunatic. Thanks.
Then Donald Trump, as part of this Easter egg hunt, finally realizes that Melania is next to him, and he's like, "Where's the first lady? Ha ha ha! She's a movie star. Everybody." I mean, this guy is so addled. He's so physically and mentally rotted. That's why I did the video on the 25th Amendment this morning. Here, play this clip.
Big thing, and it was a big thing to our great first lady, who's here someplace. Let's see. I think this is our first lady. What do you think of our first lady? She's a movie star. I don't know. Do we call her first lady or a movie star? She has the biggest movie. Can you believe this? And she deserves it. Would you like to say a couple of words to your friends?
Donald Trump's like, if it were up to me, I would keep the oil. I want to keep all of Iran's oil. Play this clip.
And we've obliterated a very powerful country in 34 days. Yeah, if it were up to me, I'd like to keep the oil. I just don't think the people of the United States would really understand.
Then going back as he has like the Easter bunny next to him while he's talking about the military. I mean, I just wonder like who's in this Easter bunny costume, like as Donald Trump is spewing this. You think he makes Marco Rubio go in the Easter bunny? I mean, I think that there is a high, I'm being sarcastic, just so you know, I'm not going to lose but there's a high probability under my sarcastic scenario that Marco Rubio is there wearing those size 15 clown shoes that Donald Trump makes him wear. But anyway, Donald Trump's like, I just want to say that we have the greatest military. Look what we did in Venezuela, and look how much I'm using it in my second term while Marco Rubio's there, hypothetically, in the bunny suit. Here, play this clip.
We look forward to it. But I just want to say we have a great military. We're the greatest military, the most powerful military any place in the world. You saw what happened with Venezuela. And it's an honor. I built it in my first term, and I didn't know I was going to be using it this much in my second term. But it's my honor, and they're the greatest people on earth. Our warriors are the greatest fighters on earth. And they very much appreciate you and love you, and that's why they do it.
Now, one of the things we're also learning about is while this was taking place, massive escalation taking place in the war in Iran right now. Iran's South Pars petrochemical facility was attacked once again with multiple explosions being reported. The Israeli and U.S. Air Force attacking Iran's largest petrochemical facility which accounts for about 85% of Iran's petrochemical exports. Remember the last time the South Pars facility was attacked, Iran then immediately hit the Qatari facility in the northern oil fields, because the South Pars and Qatar, they share that same South Pars northern facility right there. So we're going to be focused on if there's going to be retaliation there. I think there will be, and there will be retaliation, I think, in the other petrochemical facilities that are in the region. In addition, Sharif University of Technology, Iran's top engineering university, was hit by a U.S.-Israeli strike today. Labs, buildings, mosques, a data center, nearby gas facilities seem to be destroyed. Sharif is often called Iran's MIT, a core hub for science, engineering, and elite talent. It trains many of Iran's top engineers, tech entrepreneurs, scientists, including in the fields of aerospace, nuclear, and advanced research. Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi responding, Israeli U.S. aggressors have bombed the MIT of Iran. This follows attacks on other universities. 1400 years ago, Prophet Muhammad said that even if knowledge was situated in the distant Pleiades, Iranians would be capable of attaining it. Aggressors will see our might. Also, Israel killed Iran's head of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps intelligence, Brigadier General Majid Kademi, in an overnight targeting strike. Israel also says it is awaiting authorization from the U.S. to begin striking all of Iran's energy facilities. So we'll be focused on that as well. And apparently the United States and Israel have set all their targets to cripple all of this civilian infrastructure in Iran, to make it long and painful for Iran, even more so if Iran does not agree to negotiate with Donald Trump or make a deal. And as you can see, Iran does not want to make any deal or even have a negotiation with Donald Trump. We'll keep you posted every step of the way. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. You may think you're subscribed, but you may not actually be subscribed. So double check. Hit subscribe right now. We appreciate you. We're grateful for you. And we'll keep reporting today.
Want to stay plugged in?
Last weekend.
Well, first of all, let's make it clear it was a rescue operation. There are some interesting aspects to this rescue operation, though. We start with what triggered it. The F-15E Strike Eagle, flying a mission over central Iran in the vicinity of Isfahan. Isfahan's important because Isfahan is an Iranian city where Iran had critical enrichment capability. Okay, I didn't know if we got disconnected or not.
We did for about 5 or 6 seconds. The last you said was critical enrichment capabilities.
Critical enrichment capabilities, uranium processing capabilities, and there were estimates in the U.S. intelligence community that deep tunnels in the mountains around Isfahan were used to store some critical components, including 50-kilogram containers holding uranium hexafluoride feedstock enriched to 60%. This is the critical material that Iran could use if it were pursuing a nuclear weapons program. And so, now to have an F-15E Strike Eagle flying over this area, there's any number of reasons why it could just strike aircraft, but the crew composition is of curiosity because, in the back seat was a colonel as the weapons systems officer. And normally when you have a colonel in the back seat, he's serving more than the weapons systems officer. He becomes a mission commander, meaning that his job is to supervise and oversee the actions of numerous other aircraft involved in a specified mission. Something was going on. Something was getting ready to go down in Isfahan. when the plane got shot down. So now you have two pilots down. We have a pilot and this colonel down. We send out a normal combat search and rescue mission, which is already online. I mean, when you launch aircraft, you have a CSAR capability ready to roll. And here they launched two, HH-60 Pave Hawks, I think, Air Force Special Operations birds with teams on board. The composition team, probably Air Force Special Tactics operators, pararescuemen, and maybe the Special Forces or Rangers, depending on who got tasked with it. And they go in to pick up these two crew. They get one, but they also get fired. And both of the Pave Hawk are damaged. One was filmed trailing black smoke, and they make it back to Kuwait, but they're out of combat. They're done. So now you need a backup plan. You need the CSAR to the CSAR. And so it's not a problem to scrape that capability together. But the president said something interesting in his statements earlier today. He talked about how the leaking of information about one pilot being picked up but another aircrew member missing caused great consternation in the White House and in the Pentagon. Yes, you don't want to have any leakage of this information, but why this guy? Why this mission? Why was the president suddenly so bent out of shape that he then did something else? He said, we can't wait to get the next CSAR mission spun up. We have to go now to get this guy out, which means now we're looking for assets that are available. Enter these two MC-130s that fly into Iran and land at a agricultural airfield, an improvised airfield, so to speak. It's not an improved surface. The MC-130 is designed to land on unimproved surfaces. They can land in the desert, and these aircraft are flown in. Okay, they land and they offload, according to the president, 3 MH or AH-6 Little Bird helicopters. These are small helicopters. They have a range of about 250, combat radius 250 miles, not enough to get in there and out on their own. They have to be flown in. Now, some people said this doesn't make any sense. Why would you send in 2 C-130s in these helicopters? It's a standard combat search and rescue mission profile, ladies and gentlemen. It's trained all the time. If you want to look at it, Air Force Special Operations Command in May of 2023, I believe, published an entire article complete with photographs of this very profile. 2 MC-130s landing on an improvised airway. In this case, it was a highway in Wyoming. Offloading 4 AH or MH-6 Little Birds, and they go out and they rescue a down and injured pilot. This is a standard mission profile flown by the United States Air Force and the U.S. Army's Task Force 160, the 160th Special Operations Aerial Regiment, the Night Stalkers. So say that, oh, this makes no sense. You don't know what you're talking about. This makes perfect sense. This is what they do, and this was the, this was basically the audible called by the Pentagon, because now they had to get this guy out because somebody leaked that he was still there, and the Iranians were looking for him. And it's not just anybody looking for; they're looking for the mission commander of a mission. What mission? Well, now we get more clue. First of all, the 3 Little Birds fly off, and they get to the down pilot, and they rescue him. They bring him back. So far, so good. But now they have to load up on the airplane. Now, what's on the airplane? This is where the president says some interesting things. First of all, he said 3 Little Birds. Normally, for instance, in the exercise Agile Chariot in May of 2023, there were 4 because each MC-130 can carry 2 Little Birds. But he said 3. And then he alluded to special gear on board, including, gear that would be used to scale mountains, gear, anti-aircraft carrier, and other weaponry and other capabilities. So that's one clue. There's something different about these C-130s and what's on board. The other thing is the number of people involved. We're talking about 100, and Now the composition becomes interesting because in addition to the Air Force air crews and the Army pilots from Task Force 160, Navy SEALs are the assault group on these helicopters. Navy SEALs, SEAL Team 6, Tier 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Tier 1 doesn't do combat search and rescue. I mean, they can do any mission they want. But no, the Tier 1 doesn't do combat search and rescue. They do other things. And the people providing ground security were Delta Force. Normally, ground security is done by Rangers. But here you had a large Delta contingent. We're talking about, the potential of a half a squadron or more of Delta Force operators on the ground. Something's not right here.
How many human beings is that?
Well, Delta Squadron's around 60, so a half a squadron would be 30. You might have 3 troops worth, so you could be looking at 40. Then you look at the crews of, they were talking about a total of about 100 people on ground. And you're looking at, around 20, anyway, for 12 to 20 Navy SEALs, and you're looking at, 246. 6 or 8 Army air crew.
So far, is this normal? Would you send Navy SEALs and 100 support people to rescue one person?
Sure. Well, you'd send. We don't leave people behind. This is what people need to understand, and we don't leave mission commanders of perhaps the most classified special operations mission ready to be undertaken behind, and that's what really happened here. These 2 MC-130s were part of a larger JSOC raid that was getting ready to be conducted, in my opinion, against Isfahan. This was Donald Trump's war-ending maneuver to run in there and snatch the uranium hexafluoride, recover it, and withdraw and say, war's over, we got it, there's no capability to produce nuclear weapons, we can walk out of here. This is the victory Donald Trump wanted. That's why the Navy SEALs were there. The Navy SEALs practice the recovery of nuclear materials. It's an ongoing mission for them. Delta Force does as well. I'm sure on that aircraft were special explosive ordnance disposal people from one of 2 U.S. Army EOD companies that are special operations qualified. I've worked with these people in Iraq before, so people understand. The teams that I brought into Iraq oftentimes had several Delta Force operatives, numerous CIA ground branch paramilitaries, and on at least 2 occasions, we had elite explosive ordnance disposal people from these very units whose job is to penetrate underground bunkers and stuff. We were inspecting facilities that the U.S. was thinking they may have to come back in and do things with. So these are the guys on the ground here. This is a huge step up from this. The other thing is these airplanes are now grossly overloaded. Normally, if you're going to come in for a pure combat search and rescue, you're not going to have overloaded aircraft of this nature. You're going to have your helicopters, maybe a fuel bladder, and that's it. You're going to come in light, go out light. You're not staying there for the duration. These two MC-130s were loaded to the gills, and because they went in with this equipment, it means that they were configured with the helicopters already on board. The pallets were up front, and it would take too long for them to offload, remove the pallets, reconfigure the aircraft. So they went in with these 2 aircraft, and they landed at this airfield, and they successfully offloaded. But when they brought everything back on the aircraft, and these aircraft turned around, went down the end of the runway, because it's easy to land on a unimproved runway, because you come in, you hit, you reverse props.
All right, Scotty, you're freezing again on us.
Are we back?
Yeah, the last we heard was you run, you land, you hit, you reverse props.
Yeah, and then the plane stops. But now to take off, you need as much runway as possible. So the planes are going to go all the way down at the end of the runway and make a turnaround and then make a run. And that's where the problem came in. They got down there and the soil there was wet and sandy, and the nose gear went down and got stuck. So the airplane couldn't get out. And if you take a look, there's a photograph that shows the 2 MC-130s, one configured pointing, in parallel with the runway, the other one at the end as if he's getting ready to make the turn. And that one's stuck. And it would have taken, according to the president, 4 hours to offload the airplanes, get them repositioned, et cetera. And it's daylight. There's no time. So the decision was made to blow the aircraft in place because on board is a lot of classified stuff, including all of the equipment that was going to be used for this Isfahan raid, I believe, was on board. And that all got blown up. They brought in 3 aircraft that people don't normally see. I think these are C-295s. They're the president called them lighter aircraft, but these belong to a squadron the Air Force doesn't like to admit exists and doesn't talk about its mission profile. It's a very secretive squadron, flies out of Pope Air Force Base, and its job is clandestine insertion and extraction of resources. They do a lot of work with the CIA. They do a lot of work with SEAL Team 6, with Delta Force, and they brought in 3 of these aircraft to upload the 100 passengers that are on the ground, including this wounded person. And these planes are lighter. They can land. They don't need as long of a runway. And they were able to fly out of there, and then the other stuff got blown up. Another thing interesting about this is the aircraft that was available to this. They were able to get the MQ-9 Reaper drones on board. That means these were units already tasked to support the larger Isfahan operation. When they isolated the airfield from the Iranians, they used B-1 bombers who were configured with the precise weapons load designed to cut the roads. This means that this is, if they were going to go into Isfahan to take out the nuclear site, they're going to seize a runway. So this was a runway seizure operation that they had. Then they would isolate. They'd have air power overboard. That's what the F-15E's job was, to manage this whole air picture. B-1 bombers on position, boom. A-10s coming in, MQ-9 Reapers coming in, F-35s coming in. Basically you're going to create this safety zone while the helicopters go out with the SEALs and the Delta and the EOD guys, blow their ways into tunnel, get the stuff, bring it back, load it up, and get it out. People say that sounds far-fetched. I don't know. Go back and look at Operation Eagle Claw, the original Desert One mission. That's where we landed all our guys in the middle of the desert. They're supposed to fly to a warehouse facility and then take trucks into to the embassy, rescue the people. Then the helicopters fly them out to the airport, the Tehran airport, that was going to be seized by U.S. Army Rangers. They were going to seize the airport. C-141s were going to fly in, and everybody's going to be loaded on and fly out. This is the way we think. This is what we do. So airport seizure was always an important part. The fatal mistake here is that they didn't. Normally, when you're going to seize an airfield, and I know this because been there, done that, got the T-shirt, you're going to send in combat controllers who are going to arrive clandestinely. Again, during the Desert One mission back in 1980, we had Jim Carney, a very famous special tactics officer, fly into the airfield with a CIA aircraft, and he did the survey. He went in and checked whether or not the surface could handle the load of the aircraft. He measured out the airfield. Then he put down the infrared lights that could be remotely triggered by the aircraft as they come in, so they can come in, trigger, you got an airfield in front of you, you land. This is what you normally do. It doesn't appear that the United States did this. It appears that we were relying on intelligence provided by the Israelis, because the Israelis, in support of their June operation, had sent in a special unit called Shell Dog. It's an Air Force commando unit. And they had surveyed this and other airfields in the region, and they had the intelligence on the airfield. And so that was in June. The weather's a little bit drier. The airfield is more compressed. That intelligence was provided to the United States military, and assumptions were made. The problem is, it's April, it's wetter, and the sand's wet, marshy, and the planes got stuck. So bad intelligence and everything. But it appears that in order to rescue this colonel, the Isfahan nuclear raid was reconfigured to become a combat search and rescue mission. And probably a good thing, because given the amount of attention this mission got and the amount of fire that brought in, we probably wouldn't have successfully pulled off the Isfahan raid. So it might have been a blessing in disguise.
The president said, thank you for that explanation, Scott. So before I get into what the president said, the bottom line is what was supposed to be an extraction of nuclear enriched material ended up being an extraction of the colonel, who was the commander of the project to get the nuclear material?
He was the mission commander of the air component, the on-scene mission commander. So he's the guy that's going to be managing the aircraft in airspace at a given time. His plane doesn't have infinite fuel, and he would have been rotated out, and another person would have brought in. But yeah,
The president says 155 planes were used in the rescue mission. Does that make sense to you?
sure. There's a lot of things going on that people don't know. You know, there were A-10s flying. We lost an A-10. There were F-35s flying. There were B-1s flying. There were drones flying. This was an operation that went over the course of, several days. And so, it's not 155 in the air at once. It's 155 involved in totality, repositioning forces, things of that nature. Yeah, it's a very air intensive operation.
Do we know if any Americans were killed, injured, or captured?
Well, they say that the colonel was injured, badly injured, and there was some fire exchanged between the helicopters and some Basij elements. That's the militia of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. The Iranians say 6 Basij were killed, and the aircraft took fire. I mean, there's video of the aircraft taking fire. We don't know if they were hit or if there were casualties. This I don't know. The president's reporting none. There's a photograph that ostensibly shows a skull on the plane that hasn't been confirmed. As things stand, I simply don't know. But the idea that we're covering up a massive amount of losses, no. If first of all, there'd be bodies on the ground. At the end of Desert One, there were 8 bodies in the Desert One scene, and those bodies were recovered by the Iranians. The Iranians have not recovered any bodies that we know of. There's no reports of special operations on the ground running, or else we'd be having other operations. I know there's something 17 members were left behind. I don't see any reason to believe that that's true.
Why would a colonel be flying on this mission? Somebody of that rank rather than a lower rank. Does that make you curious?
Well, he's a mission commander. It's not unheard of. In the weapons systems officers can be anywhere from first lieutenants to colonels. To have a colonel flying, though, there has to be a specific reason. Generally speaking, when you have the colonel flying in the back seat out. Okay, we're back.
Yeah, the last thing we heard you say was back seat. Generally, when you have the colonel flying in the back seat.
Yeah, there's something more going on. He's not there to to toggle switches and help the pilot get bombs on target. He's there because he's using that back seat as a command center. He's there to direct aircraft, to oversee situational awareness, monitor what's going on. He's the mission commander, and this is a standard practice in the U.S. Air Force, and it's a standard mission assignment to F-15E Strike Eagles because of they have great capabilities. So to have a colonel in the back seat.
Why did this mission fail? Because the Israeli intel failed to take into account the conditions of the Earth in April?
Well, the mission didn't fail. They got the pilot out, so it's a mission
I'm
success.
talking about the mission to extract the enriched uranium failed.
Well, it never really got off the ground. The mission got canceled and got rediverted to rescuing a pilot. The reason why aircraft were abandoned on the ground is because assumptions were made about the airfield's capacity to handle aircraft loaded to this level. I mean, the president has a point. I mean, whoever leaked this information didn't do the United States of America any favors, because they created a greater sense of urgency, and decisions had to be made that were based on now a new timeline. ideally, if you were going to reconfigure those MC-130s, you would have
Marine.
offloaded the specialized
Marine.
equipment, and you would have put on just the equipment necessary to do a combat search and rescue mission, which again, as I point out, is a standard mission profile for two MC-130s with AH-6 Little Birds on board. But they didn't have a chance to reconfigure. So these planes were flying in heavy. At least one of them was flying in very heavy. And the other thing is, because of the time constraints, they weren't able to insert the combat control team. Normally, they could free fall in. That's been done in the past. We have light aircraft capabilities, so we could have flown them in and covertly dropped them off. We're very good at doing that. And they could have done a survey of the airfield and reported back that the airfield was unsuitable for operations of aircraft at that weight. But instead, because we had to go now, it looks like we relied upon Israeli intelligence that was dated, that went back to June. And sometimes when you're in a rush, they don't have intelligence officers to ask the obvious question. In June, when it's hot, are we going to get a different, airfield survey than we would get in April when it's wet?
Right. Did the United States tip its hand to the Iranians?
Yeah, we can't do this operation. The Isfahan operation's off. We can't do it. I mean, that airfield may or may not have been the primary for this operation. Seems to me you would have needed, a different airfield, but it would have been a secondary at least. But yeah, we've lost two mission critical aircraft. Five actually. We lost two C-130s and three H-6. They can be replaced, but there's no more surprise element. If you're going to sneak into Isfahan and get it out, Isfahan right now is an armed camp. You're not going to get any special operations forces anywhere near Isfahan right now. So yeah, that mission's done. Mission's done. Some people say, well, it's worth it. We saved an American airman.
Right.
But politically for the president, tough, because that was going to be his off ramp. And now, we have the president. It appears that the United States is in fact engaged in through Pakistani intermediaries with Chinese and Russian involvement in serious negotiations to bring this conflict to an end. And the president doesn't have any leverage now. So now, the Iranians are holding a lot of cards, and this is going to be a much more politically difficult, negotiation for the United States.
When he issued his posting over the weekend using profanity, I mean, how do the Iranians react to that? That doesn't frighten them, does it?
The Iranians aren't scared. Look, we're 40 days into this conflict. We've hit them with everything we have except nuclear weapons. We hit them with the big bombs. We hit them with the big bombers. And they're still there. The Iranians, the spirit of the Iranian people right now is to continue resistance. This peace plan that's being negotiated in Pakistan is very close to the peace plan that was published in Foreign Affairs, authored by Zarif, the former foreign minister. Now, he's the former foreign minister. He's not in the Iranian government, but he's in Iran. And I can 100% guarantee you that he would not have published that without clearance from the Iranian government. That was the Iranian government's way of saying this is, what we will accept. And the Pakistani plan seems to mirror to a large extent, that Zarif's plan. So, there's negotiations going on. This president now, though, he's panicked because politically, he has to come away with some sort of victory. The Isfahan raid was going to be his victory. That's gone. That's why he's angry about the leaker, because his leaker did more than just, make life. This president doesn't care about the lives of American servicemen. Let's be honest about that. He cares about himself. He's a classic narcissist, egomaniac. It's about his political legacy. And he needs to be seen as winning. And this JSOC mission to take down the Iranian nuclear tunnels was his victory. That's what he could say, I win. He doesn't have that now. And so now he has to deal with the fact that the Iranians get to, call the shots on the future of the Strait of Hormuz. And what is the president going to do? Bomb Iran again? The Iranians don't care. Bomb us, they say. Bomb us. Keep bombing us. He's beginning to wake up. He says these are tough guys. Well, they're tough guys and they're tough gals. The civilians are in the street every night, saying, we're here. Bomb us. We don't care. And they're telling the government, don't you dare give in. The Zarif plan, although it's being considered, because politically speaking, the Iranian government understands that while the people might be energized for continuing this war, if this war does continue, it's going to bring great harm to the Iranian nation and the Iranian people.
What's in the Zarif plan? Does the United States leave Iran alone and get rid of the sanctions?
Yeah, no, it's all about sanctions relief. It's all about letting Iran sell its oil where it wants. It's about Iran controlling the Strait of Hormuz. It's about the United States admitting it was wrong and paying compensation. That's going to be a difficult one, but I don't see the Iranians.
What about taming the Israelis?
They're saying that there needs to be guarantees that neither the United States nor Israel will resume hostilities, that Iran will not be subjected to continued threats, etc. This is where China and Russia come in. The details are still being spelled out, but the Iranians are insisting on a treaty in writing, binding, with global security guarantees. And one of the things that the Iranians are going to say is the biggest guarantee is that they control the Strait of Hormuz, because they've proven the point. That off switch destroys the global economy, and it harms the United States. And so what Iran is saying from now on, it together, I believe, with Oman, will be the ones controlling the Strait of Hormuz. And, that's the greatest security they have. And then the second is their missiles. They're not giving up their missiles. Their missiles are there. This is the greatest deterrence for all the people screaming that Iran must have a nuclear weapon. Why? They won the war without it. They beat two nuclear armed states by having a better ballistic missile program than we had a missile defense program.
Well, the president claimed as recently as about a half an hour ago that we won the war. I'll play it for you. It's irritating, but here he is, number 16.
Are you willing to end this conflict with Iran charging tolls for passage through the strait?
Us charging tolls?
Iran.
What about us charging tolls?
Is that something you're considering?
I'd rather do that than let them have them, right? Why shouldn't we? We're the winner. We won, okay? They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right? No, we have a concept where we'll charge tolls.
The man's a child. We haven't won. If we won, then why aren't we controlling it? Why won't he send the Navy? And why did the USS Tripoli have to move further away from the Iranian coast? Because the Iranians still retain the capacity to target U.S. naval shipping. There's no American destroyers going through the Strait of Hormuz guaranteeing passage. And ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz without the permission of Iran tend to get sunk. So the president's just high as a kite. I mean, it's just a straight out misrepresentation of fact.
In his profane threat over the weekend, he said he's going to bomb bridges and civilian infrastructure and destroy power plants. He said the same thing a half an hour ago. In fact, a half an hour ago, he said he's going to bomb the whole country. Does he know what he's talking about?
No, I mean, this is him with his cheerleader Pete Hegseth sitting there saying, "We can do it. We can do it." It's 40 days into the war. If it was important, we would have bombed it already. I'm just pointing that fact out. If it was important, we would have bombed it already. So now the targets he's talking about hitting are targets that have nothing to do with Iran's military capabilities. It's purely civilian targets, which makes it a war crime. Now, the president said that he doesn't view it as a war crime because the Iranians, he says, slaughtered 50,000 of their own people, et cetera. But what the president forgets is just the other day, he admits that we provided weapons to the protesters. That means they're not protesters. That means they're insurrectionists. That means they're traitors, and they deserve the harshest punishment possible. But we also know that the 50,000 figure is just a manufactured figure from Mossad and others. The Iranians say that just under 4,000 people were killed. Many of them died at the hands of the insurrectionists. Other people say that as many as 7,000 could have been killed. I don't know, but what I do know is that these were not peaceful demonstrators. These were demonstrators armed by Mossad and the CIA who were carrying out violent attacks against Iranian authority, and the Iranians reacted and crushed them. people in the United States need to understand what would happen here if suddenly, Antifa suddenly woke up with machine guns and started gunning down cops in the streets, killed 100 cops in one day in 6 major American cities. You think we'd just sit back and do nothing? Or do you think we would declare war on Antifa and that there would be gunfights? There's a little bit of a hypocrisy and double standard here.
It depends on. Wow. Also, do you think that he'll carry through on his threat to destroy power generating facilities, which would be a war crime no matter what the impetus for it is?
I mean, with this president, anything's possible, including, carrying out obvious war crimes. But let's counter with the reality that he's being told. If we do what the president says he wants to do, Iran will retaliate. And, the other thing the president says all they can do is put a couple mines in the water. Well, ask the Israelis. They're pounding the Israelis. They're bringing out new missiles, new capabilities. They're threatening to unveil even more modern missiles soon. Ask the Emiratis, ask the Kuwaitis, ask the Bahrainis, ask everybody about Iran's continued capability of sustaining this conflict using advanced missiles and drones, defeating the air defense systems of everybody, including the United States and Israel. If we attack these targets, Iran will hit the off switch for desalinization plants in Israel. And just trust me, I've been to Israel. Without the desalinization plants, Israel doesn't exist. It can't sustain its population, and millions of people will have no choice but to leave. They will hit the desalinization plants in Kuwait, which will make life impossible in Kuwait. They will hit the desalinization plants in the United Arab Emirates. Same thing in Bahrain. These nations don't have large freshwater aquifers to draw upon. And you take away desalinization, they're not able to sustain the modern societies that they've built and paid for with their oil wealth. Now they're being denied the ability to sell their oil, so they're rapidly losing their financial base. But you lose water, it's over. And they will also attack the energy production capabilities of these nations. Already, if the war ends today, they're saying it's going to take months, if not years, maybe up to 5 years for many of these nations that used to produce energy to be able to get up to scale. So we're going to have an energy supply problem for some time now. The Russians are like, thank you, because they're selling energy like you wouldn't believe. But so the president has to know that by attacking Iran, it's a Pyrrhic victory. You'll get some headlines for the day. You'll get a couple images of bridges being dropped and cities being dark at night. But then the lights go out in Israel. The lights go out in the Gulf Arab states, and the European economy collapses. They're on the verge of collapse right now. This war goes on much longer. That's it. And the president also has to know that if he carries out this threat, the negotiations taking place in, with Pakistan are dead. Whatever J.D. Vance and Steve Witkoff are trying to arrange will be dead, will be done. It won't happen again. And for Iran, they're in it till the end. See, there's the difference. The Iranians are like, if you want to go down this route, we will go down this route. We're not quitting until we get what we want. Trump's just looking for an off-ramp. He's looking for a political victory. And so I really do believe that at this juncture, Trump's being advised by people that you will not bomb. If you do, you're ruining everything. The chance for peace, you're ruining your legacy. Nancy Pelosi has come out and said the Democrats need to win in November in order to destroy the illegal regime of Trump. Well, Trump needs to understand that if the Democrats win in November, they're going to impeach him nonstop. Now, he may not get convicted, but his presidency is over. No legislation will get passed, none whatsoever. That'll be his legacy, the legacy of a loser. And for a narcissist like Donald Trump, being called a loser isn't the way he wants to go out. He wants to go out a winner. So he needs to chill out and let the diplomats start speaking. And whoever controls his the device that he posts on needs to remove it from his hands and don't let him get access to that again.
Why would the Iranians take Witkoff and Kushner seriously after they engaged in such deception with them in June and in February?
Well, I think Witkoff's just the middleman here. I think the person they're going to be taking seriously is J.D. Vance. It's his name. It's he who would lead the delegation to Islamabad if indeed a face-to-face was going to take place. The Iranians are like the Russians. The Russians have said We can't trust the United States. We can't trust this. Remember, in December of 2021, the Russians put out 2 draft treaties. They said from now on, to deal with the United States, it needs to be in treaty form. It needs to be spelled out. There has to be consequences for failure to comply, et cetera. And that's where the Iranians are at. No more, agreements, handshakes, understandings. Whatever happens has to be a treaty. They won't negotiate with Witkoff and Kushner directly anymore. But they will talk with J.D. Vance, but not if Donald Trump starts bombing.
One last step. The president made some rather ridiculous comments about notes being passed through children to Witkoff. Chris, number 14.
They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft weaponry. They have no radar. They have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world.
Does that make any sense?
None whatsoever. First of all, our good friend, Professor Morandi, communicates freely. Araghchi communicates freely. The Iranian spokesperson communicates freely. The Iranian president communicates freely. So the president's lying, as he always does. Lying. Steve Witkoff is a liar. What Witkoff is saying is that he doesn't have direct connectivity with the Iranians, not because they can't, they won't. They don't trust him. But the Iranians are communicating with the Pakistanis. And the Pakistanis are relaying this back and forth. The Iranians were able to get Dr. Zarif to publish an article in Foreign Affairs. How did he get the draft article to them? Pass it with children? This president is not. Look, the statement he put out this weekend disqualifies him as president of the United States. On Easter Sunday, to put out that statement with the blaspheming religion the way it is, the irresponsible language, it shows that he has lost it. He is out of touch with reality. The 25th Amendment comes into play. Unfortunately, we have a cabinet incapable of doing the right thing. But this president is literally an insane man. When you have somebody who's inflicted with narcissistic personality disorder on the degree that he is literally a psychopath. And that's dangerous to have a psychopath as the president of the United States. He's a man that is totally incapable of having compassion or empathy with his fellow human beings. He only cares about himself. He only cares about Donald Trump. And I'm sorry, that's not what presidents are for. Presidents are supposed to serve the nation, not have the nation serve their egotistical needs.
Scott Ritter, thank you very much, my dear friend. The audience is enormous right now at this moment, and I know that they, like I, appreciate all of your extraordinary analysis. I'd like to say we'll see you next week, but if something significant happens this week, we're going to have to call you again if you're available.
I'll do my best.
All right. Thank you, Scott. All the best, my dear friend.
Thanks.
Coming up tomorrow on all of this at 8 in the morning, Ambassador Chaz Freeman at 9 in the morning, Professor John Mearsheimer at 10 in the morning, Colonel Bill Astori
Welcome to the Daniel Davis Deep Dive. We are going to have Professor Morandi here from Tehran University join us in just a moment. He is having some connection issues, but he just contacted us and said it'll just be a few more minutes, but he promised he would be with us. In the meantime, I don't want to jump ahead of anything else because he's got some really, really important things to share with us today, especially how the Iranian side is going to be reacting to some of the claims that President Trump just made from the White House and some of these threats that he's made that this time frame is going to happen tomorrow at 8 p.m., according to President Trump. But because President Trump did talk about some other things, I want to real quickly go across a couple of things that he said related to the attack that happened. I'm sorry, not the attack, but the recovery of the two pilots from the F-15 that we're talking. A couple of interesting things. He added some additional information that we didn't know before. For example, he confirmed that one of the A-10s that was shot down by the Iranian side was in fact part of this operation. It was hit because it was trying to provide close air support around the extraction site to keep them safe. And President Trump and then the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff at an earlier briefing said, yes, that's where they got shot down. In total, this was a very large operation, much bigger than just what happened on the desert floor, where the wreckage that Gary's showing you right now, where all that came from. It said that there were two. There was the pilots were code names Dude 44 Alpha and Dude 44 Bravo. Dude 44 Alpha was the front seater, and the Bravo was the back seater. The Alpha was taken. I think he was recovered on Friday night. That one included for the whole operation. They basically put everything else on suspension, and everything went into getting these folks back here. And it took an enormous amount of air power, much bigger than we were led to believe. In this operation, there were a total of 155 aircraft for Dude 44 Alpha. That includes 64 fighter aircraft, 48 fuel tankers, 26 intel and jamming capabilities like MQ-9 Reapers and some other things to jam any signals. A number, I think, I forget the exact number of those, but there was a number of HH-60s helicopters, V-22 Ospreys, and 4 bombers for a total of 55. And that was able to get the first pilot out. Nearly the same thing for the second pilot that was recovered, but they had some additional MQ-9 radars and 4 Little Bird helicopters, which, as we've talked about earlier, all 4 of those were lost on the ground here. Interesting, he talked about how difficult it was to get those. That's a picture of the small bird right there. He talked a little bit about how difficult it was to coordinate, and how the CIA was involved, and how they were doing some deception operations to make the Iranians think they were that the location was one place when really it was someplace different. A lot of coordination, lots of people were involved in this operation. Interesting, though, in the scenario you're seeing right here, what they did not do at any point was explain why there were 2 HC-130 Juliets, HC-130J aircraft. And that's where I think we got a little bit of misinformation there, because there was, according to what's been reported anyway, there were not 2 of these big aircraft in the first extraction, only in the second extraction. And as I showed on a map earlier today, it's not very far from Isfahan, where the Iranians have a lot of their nuclear programs. Yeah, thank you, Gary, right there. It's about 30 miles south. And there was some problems with the aircraft there. That's where they landed there, right at the bottom. And evidence appears that there was going to be some sort of an extraction, not of just the pilot, but also of some of the nuclear material that is allegedly there at Isfahan. That would seem to have been a very, very foolish thing. But that's why you might need so many troops that would carry in some of these 130 aircraft, C-130 aircraft tops. So interesting that they didn't explain what the HC-130Js were there for. That literally did not come up anywhere. So there's no explanation of it. Only that some of the aircraft were hit with enemy fire. They claimed that the only thing they did say about these is that they got bogged down in the sand, which is also kind of problematic, because the question is going to be, wait, you didn't know that the sand there, the reconnaissance didn't tell you that would not be able to hold this? I mean, these kind of aircrafts are supposed to be able to land in Spartan locations, but in any case, that was the claim, that these things got stuck in the sand, and so we had to leave. Some got hit with enemy fire, and they were able to eventually knock these down. The claim is that we torched them so that they wouldn't fall into enemy hands. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. By other reports, that once these became known and our location became known, the Iranian side started attacking it with drones and other kinds of missile fire, and they apparently took it down themselves. We may never know the truth, or at least not for a long time. But all we do know is that there's a lot of things that were blown up there, and a lot of aircraft that will never be flying again. And now then we're short on all those to include not just the F-15, but also now an A-10 at least. There's been reports that a second A-10 was also taken out. Well, I see, and I think Professor Muhammad is Saeed Muhammad is trying to get locked in. We apparently have some issue connecting. We're going to keep working on that though, but we don't want to miss him. I'm going to continue on here, however, and we're going to take a look at some of the other things President Trump said. And again, as soon as we can get the connection issue figured out with the professor, we will have him right on. I want to look at something that actually preceded today's comments. I'm going to show you three things here. One something that Trey Yingst said, I think it was just yesterday when there was some talk about this whole deadline that's going to be set and what president's going to do. In this, he's going to, first of all, give what was supposed to be the first bombshell that President Trump wants to take some oil, and then he's going to drop a second one. See if you can pick it up.
I just spoke with President Trump for 15 minutes. He gave me some new details on the negotiations behind the scenes with the Iranians and what's going to happen if Iran does not make a good faith deal. The president tells me if they don't make a deal and fast, I'm considering blowing everything up and taking over the oil. Now, the president also provided new details on what happened earlier this year as the Iranian regime took to the streets and slaughtered what the president tells me is 45,000 civilians in their own country. After that took place, President Trump told me the United States sent guns to the Iranian protesters. He tells me we sent them a lot of guns. We sent them through the Kurds, and the president says he thinks the Kurds kept them. He went on to say we sent guns to the protesters, a lot of them.
Okay, so now you may remember at the time, President Trump was claiming that there was this just sporadic uprising against the Iranian government, that the people were sick and tired of the regime and they started protesting and they were on the streets. And then all of a sudden, those darn Iranian government officials, the IRGC, the police, the government, they just started mowing them down with machine guns. Remember, that's what the claim was. And he said, keep on protesting. Help is coming. We're coming to help you. Well, subsequent to that, we had Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, in Senate testimony, admit straight up in public that we helped bring about that condition, that our Treasury helped to destroy the currency in Iran. We had all these sanctions anyway to depress their capability so that the money that they had wasn't going to be worth anything, so people couldn't even buy food. And so they couldn't really do anything because there was this hyperinflation, et cetera, which we sparked on purpose in order to get them to rise up to maybe try and overthrow the government. But now then we find out not only that, was that there was also weapons involved. And so now a lot of these so-called spontaneous events were enabled by American weapons. And we also told you at the time, back in January, that a lot of these Starlink terminals were discovered before the Iranians ended up shutting off the communications capabilities of these folks. But let me just tell you, if anybody's confused on this point, it's not like we saw them we saw them protesting and we said, oh, you know what? Let's give them some weapons. Let's help them out. So let's send some over there. No, that kind of stuff has to be planned for a long time. It has to be resourced. You have to get the assets together. You have to get them shipped over there, and you have to put them in a position to where they can then be distributed at a timely manner where they can be used. Ergo, you have to have planned this a long time in advance. So in that one soundbite right there, you have, first of all, Trey Yingst talking about after he got off the phone with President Trump, admitting that he wants to take the oil. So this is not just about setting the Iranian people free. It's not about setting the people free at all. Nobody in Israel cares anything about the freedom of the people of Iran, no matter what Benjamin Netanyahu says with such conviction on camera. They just want to destroy the government because they want to create something like Syria, where it's a broken country. That's what he wants. But then you see President Trump is even more than that. He's interested in taking their oil. You heard him say it through Trey Yingst right there. Well, it went a little bit further today because out in front of the White House, before he made this speech that he did a little bit ago with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the CIA director and the Secretary of War, He said this.
Because we are obliterating that country. And I hate to do it, but we're obliterating. And they just don't want to say uncle. They don't want to cry, as the expression goes, uncle, but they will. And if they don't, they'll have no bridges. They'll have no power plants. They'll have no anything. I won't go further because there are other things that are worse than those two. And we might have, well, the thing, if I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil. Because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil. I'd keep the oil. I would make plenty of money.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's not what Trey Yingst is saying about a phone call. That's President Trump himself. And as I talked about in a little bit more detail in a previous show today, that is a real problem just as an American, because he's even saying, unfortunately, the people in America don't want us in this war. They want us to get out. They don't want their troops to be killed in actions. But if it was up to me, I'd take the oil. Well, we'll see if he actually gets out or not, if he's willing to have a negotiated settlement. Hopefully we'll get Professor Morandi on, and he'll give us the view on where the Iranians are on this. Still trying to work that out. Don't give up on him yet. We haven't. One other really interesting thing that President Trump said in this speech, or this statement that he just gave along with all those other leaders, was that someone asked him, listen, you said originally this was about the freedom of the people of Iran, that you were for them and you wanted them to rise up because you want to help them and let them have freedom. We said that a lot, right? And so the question was, but Mr. President, all of these bombings you're talking about doing, especially this deadline that you set for 8 p.m. Washington, D.C. time tomorrow night, which will be Wednesday morning local, what about the people that's killing in this bombing? And he said, don't worry about that.
You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering. They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom.
All I can tell you is they want freedom. And I guess they're just calling up and saying, Mr. President, yeah, just keep bombing us. That's cool. Well, if we die, that's fine because we're dying for freedom. Well, perversely, a version of that is happening, just not quite the direction he's thinking, because the people are willing to suffer under the bombing to keep their freedom. President Trump isn't going to give them freedom. They have it already. Now, you can take issue all day long with the government. It's got a long history of being repressive against a lot of the people. People were rising up, and many of them have been jailed. Some have been executed. So there is that. But I know people who have spent time in Iran, even recently, and they're able to travel back and forth. They were able to live and they're free. We had Patrick Henningsen, who was a reporter and a journalist that we've had on our show many times. He was allowed to go there. Regular Iranians were able to go, and they said that life was getting better. So there was freedom. There was some rules that they didn't like, and there was some things they wanted to change. And there's no doubt about that. A lot of reforms they wanted to improve, but they had freedom, at least according to what many of them describe it. But what President Trump is talking about is not freedom, it's anarchy, and it's the destruction of one thing at the expense of another. And that doesn't bring freedom. That just brings a different group of people in charge, even if it was successful, which it probably will not be. A couple of other interesting things President said, which kind of lends into this. So we're at, I think this is day 36 of the war, if I'm not mistaken, 36, 37. If we had the power to bomb them into the Stone Age, we would already have done it. According to this description here, and I think the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff said this one, over 13,000 targets had been attacked so far by the United States and Israel in this war. 13, just imagine that. 13,000 things have been bombed. And I don't know how many tons of ordnance that is. They didn't talk about that. But it is a profound amount. You've probably seen no shortage of video on social media, et cetera, showing all kinds of things in Tehran and some of the other cities, in Qom, I think Isfahan, the Bashir. Lots of places have been hit. A lot of things have been blown up, but it has not accomplished the objective. A lot of ships have been blown up. I think the number, if I'm not mistaken, I think I wrote that down somewhere. A total of something that I cannot find written down handy. So, sorry about that. Thought I had that a little bit more handy in front of me, but quite a few, 135, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around there. 135 had been just ships of various types have been blown up. But understand that by most estimates, before this war started, there were somewhere around 3,000 of these speedboats that have anti-ship missile launchers on board them. There's also at least somewhere between 17 and 19 submarines that they had. Who knows if they're all operational, but that's what was reported before. They have the ability to launch underwater missiles, as they call them, which are basically navigable drones. Underwater drones is probably the best way to put that. Suicide drones. They have also a number of those on the surface of the water. So it's unclear why we think we're going to succeed when those haven't been knocked out. So all of these 13,000 targets that have been hit, their actual Navy that does the job that they want, which is to protect their coastline and to potentially shut down the Strait of Hormuz and keep it shut down, hasn't even been touched. And you've blown up a lot of their aircraft, their manned aircraft. That was never going to be a very serious issue, and that's not what primarily the Iranians use. They have now some limited air defense. We definitely have air superiority, but we don't have air supremacy, not air mastery, meaning that there's nothing left, which is what Secretary Hicks has said. And then weirdly enough, after all these aircraft have been knocked down in the last 3 or 4 days, and the aircraft shot down, President Trump, again today, using that same tactic, if you say something often enough, people will start to believe it. Even with wreckage still smoldering on the ground from aircraft that were destroyed on enemy territory, an F-15 that was shot down, an A-10 that was shot down, who knows how many others were shot down by enemy fire. But you're still saying that they have no air defense. He lies so confidently and so often that they just have a hard time looking at him and going, okay, Mr. President, that's not even possible to be true. You just got this. That's the reason we had this whole mission, because the plane got shot down. Ergo, we don't have air supremacy. There is capability. And
we do have the professor here. Welcome, Professor.
He has broken through the technology, and we have him back on there. Listen, just very delighted to have you on. I'm glad we're able to work through it because, man, we'd love to hear a lot of the things that you have to say today, especially in light of a lot of the things President Trump just said at a press conference here in Washington, D.C., and a lot of threats that he's making. First of all, just welcome back to the show, and glad to see you're still safe.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure.
Well, listen, one of the things we feature on our show is we listen to all sides. We're going to show some sound bites here from some of the folks who are pro this war on the American side, but we also want to hear from your side, from the Iranian side. We have some of your foreign ministry spokesman sound bites we'll show here in a little bit. But first of all, let me just get right off the top here. President Trump again reiterated here just a little bit ago that there is a deadline waiting tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Washington, D.C. time, which will be Wednesday morning sometime in Iran, that if Iran doesn't surrender, and he didn't say surrender, he means surrender, if they don't submit to the negotiations that apparently Pakistan offered this 15-point plan or something, they don't agree to do what's right, as one analyst said, then there's going to be holy hell raining down. What do you say to that?
I think we're going to see the complete destruction of all oil and gas installations and electricity and water desalination plants in the Persian Gulf region, and that will be the end of oil and gas from this region permanently. Basically, that's what Trump is pushing for, and I think we're on the verge of a global economic depression that will be far more devastating than 1929. The Iranians are not going to back down under any circumstances. There's not a chance, because the Iranians are saying a ceasefire is just an opportunity for Trump and Netanyahu and the Zionist lobby to rearm and to regroup and then to attack and slaughter Iranians again. The only way forward is to make sure that this is not repeated. This is a war of aggression, and therefore there has to be compensation. But anything other than that is just an invitation for another war, which we saw already. We had a war 9 months ago. Netanyahu begged for a ceasefire. Trump pushed for a ceasefire, and then here we are again.
Now, interesting that you say that they're not going to surrender under any circumstances. If you just listen to the Western media, especially here in the United States, you'll hear from some people who on paper have a really good resume, especially a General Officer Jack Keane, who basically said today that this thing's nearly wrapped up. We're in fact, probably in a few more weeks, we'll have the military thing won anyway.
We will likely, don't know for sure because it is condition-based, but we're on a path to wrap this up in less than 60 days. That in itself is extraordinary, Mark. We're talking about a huge nation state of 90 million people, a robust military full of tens of thousands of ballistic missiles and even more drones capability that they have spread out all over that country. And we're going to bring this to an end in terms of their offensive and defensive capability, their Air Force and the Navy, finish all of that off, and also deal with a couple of things that are still in front of us. The nukes, nuclear capability, we have to eliminate that. What are we going to do about the Straits of Hormuz, certainly? And what are we going to do about Karg Island, where 90% of Iran's distribution points are? That's where all the tankers pull in there. 60% of their revenue, 50% of their budget. A lot of work to be done still.
So
taxes was so taxing.
So on the one hand, we've almost got this wrapped up. Well, I mean, other than the nuclear thing and other than the Strait of Hormuz control and, so like the Karg Island. But other than that, this is nearly done. Do you think that he's right? Is Iran on the verge of collapse?
Well, I have to apologize because I can't hear or watch the clips for whatever reason. My connection is not ideal. But no, it's not over. And the very fact that they cannot open and control the Strait of Hormuz, I think, is evidence enough. Iran, remember, I mean, you know this, I know this, your audience knows this, but we have to keep reminding ourselves because Western media will pretend it's otherwise. If you listen to it, you wouldn't know that Iran did not start this war and Iran did not escalate. Each step of the way, the escalation began with the United States and the Netanyahu regime. We have to always remind ourselves that Joe Kent basically said everything in his resignation letter. There was no threat from Iran. Iran was not developing a nuclear weapon. And this was just about Israel and the Israeli regime and the Israeli lobby. And so all of these murders, these children that have been slaughtered, people are being massacred every day in the carpet bombing petrochemical plants where the workers, working class people, they are burned alive, and then their wives and children are left as without earnings and without a father. It's unbelievable what Trump is doing. He's, in the eyes of all Iranians that I know, he's a psychopath and extremely evil. And that's one reason why Iran can't negotiate with such a person, because he's unstable. He has already, in the past, torn up agreements. He negotiates and then he carries out. He negotiates with deceit, and then he launches blitzkrieg attacks. This is what he did twice already. So his signature means nothing to any Iranian, and he's insulting Iranians and saying we'll send them back to the Stone Age. And one of the interesting things is that no one in the Western media complains about these threats to create the greatest Holocaust in human history. What Trump is doing is he's saying, I'm going to carry out the greatest Holocaust in human history. You don't see even his opponents in the New York Times or The Guardian in London none of them are outraged, saying that you're threatening to carry out crimes against humanity, because when it's the empire, they're all the same. There's no real difference between the New York Times and Fox News or The Guardian and Breitbart. On internal issues, on issues, some issues like abortion or some other issues, healthcare, to a degree. But when it comes to Iran, Iran deserves it. And remember, these are the same people who've been pretending that they want to free the Iranian people. And it's because the Iranian people have actually shown that the Western media has been lying, and the narrative in the West is lying, has been dishonest about the government in Iran gunning down tens of thousands of people. I mean, people would not rally around a flag which is being held by a government that slaughters its own people. So the whole narrative has been busted. And that's why all of the Western media is complicit in these crimes against humanity. All of these journalists who've been pushing that fake narrative, and they have blood on their hands. But that I think is partially why Trump is outraged, why he's constantly insulting Iranians, and then he says that people in Iran want to be bombed. All the Iranian news agencies have been publishing what Trump has said today about Iranians wanting to be bombed. And it's just increased outrage among ordinary Iranians.
Well, he did. Yeah, we actually showed that before we brought you on, where he said, "Oh yeah, they said, yeah, we want freedom so bad that we're willing to be bombed by you. So just keep bringing it on." But you say that doesn't play well among the actual Iranians in Tehran.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, people right on my way here to this studio, I passed through numerous crowds on the street across Tehran. People are gathering on the streets. And under bombardment, last week, I was at a different studio and near a square called Artish Square. And there was a big gathering there. And they fired a missile at them. And a woman was killed. You don't hear this in Western media. And I was at another gathering a few weeks ago on Friday, the last Friday of Ramadan, where people had gathered during the day to commemorate the Palestinian cause, and they fired a missile and killed another woman there. And I put footage of those strikes. So the Americans and Israelis are firing missiles at demonstrations, yet you don't hear any of this in the Western media. They promoted a fake narrative, and now we hear that Trump was himself giving weapons to the armed insurrection in Iran a couple of months ago. So obviously these were not peaceful protesters. How would he know who to give the arms to? So he said he gave them to these Kurdish terrorist groups to give to his people in Iran. Well, how does he know who they're supposed to be given to unless that network already existed? So it's clear that Mossad and the CIA, and Pompeo admitted this, the Mossad itself admitted this, they're the ones who carried out this armed insurrection. They're responsible for the deaths. I mean, there were no 30,000. There were 3,117 people. All of them have been identified. All their names are available. All their IDs are available. Where they're born, where they live. But Western media will, of course, just repeat the nonsense because they want to inflate the numbers and blame Iran, whereas the numbers are out there and they have themselves to blame. The Western intelligence agencies carried out this armed insurrection where hundreds of police officers were murdered. And that was to justify what is happening now. That's why people like Trump constantly talk about tens of thousands of peaceful protesters. But again, how would a people rally around the flag held by a so-called regime that guns down tens of thousands of peaceful protesters? That's just nonsense. And so now we have a Trump who's desperate. After weeks of bombing civilian targets, now he wants to go for key infrastructure so that many hundreds of thousands of people will die, so that hospitals will no longer have electricity, so that people will no longer have medicine. He wants to kill hundreds of thousands of people, and all of his supporters are partners in this genocide. And we already see it happening in Cuba, because that's what the United States is doing in Cuba. They're strangling the people of Cuba. There's no electricity, so people are dying in hospitals. This is a regime that is out of control. It is utterly sinister, and the Iranians are not going to kneel in front of this very evil empire.
Now, I want to follow up on something you said just a second ago, because I think it's potentially profound. And President Trump is claiming right now that there are secret negotiations going on. There's, I guess, Pakistan is apparently acting as a go-between. He has provided this 15-point plan to about which to base it. And if they do the right thing, as one of his advocates said on American television here yesterday, then we'll see if we can have some kind of a deal. But if they don't, then we're going to come in with this big, whatever it is he's going to do tomorrow at 8 p.m. But the question is, and what you had said, something I thought was crucial and vital to get. If President Trump has twice in recent days, anyway, recent years, recent months, said, let's negotiate, negotiations were going on, and then he bombed and attacked and started a war, upon what basis? It would almost seem irrational for the Iranian side to say, okay, we'll have a negotiation with you right now. Sure. What terms you want to give? Because, I mean, it almost seems to me, you correct me if I'm wrong, but if the Iranian government actually did that and agreed to some kind of terms, they'd probably get run out of town. There probably would be a protest against them, wouldn't there?
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Canada.
Mood is third-party tested, so you.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the whole point. Trump, everyone knows that if there is some sort of ceasefire, the United States will not abide by it. Whenever they're good and ready, they'll start bombing again. Whenever they're good and ready, they'll start strangling the Iranian people again. And of course, Trump justifies all of his atrocities by saying the Iranians want me to strangle them. It's like these, it's like these, I don't know, it's like someone who says that a person who says people like me to torture them, or they want me to beat them, and they want me to massacre them. They take pleasure in being tortured, and their children screaming in fear at the bombs, and women screaming in fear when the bombs strike, and children being taken out from under the rubble every day in Tehran and other cities. When apartment blocks come down and you see children's hands hanging out. People want that in Iran, according to Trump. This is a psychopath. And anyone who supports this psychopath is a partner in all of his crimes. And all of those who lied about Iran, the Iranian regime being sinister and its people hate it, they helped to create this monstrous situation where day and night people are being bombed, and this psychopath is allowed to say that they want to be bombed. And many Americans believe it because they've been hearing it, whether it's from the left or from the right or anyone else. They've constantly demonized Iran. And by the way, I would advise your viewers to read a book on Iran, which if the American policymakers had not been beholden to the Zionists and to the Israeli regime, we could have had a solution years ago. There's a good book written by Flint and Hillary Leverett, who were both working in the White House. They were in the National Security Council. The book is called Going to Tehran. Flint Leverett was head of the Middle East under George W. Bush, and he resigned over the Iraqi war. And his wife, Hillary, that's what they met in the White House. She was the head of the Persian Gulf region. When they came out of government, they started evaluating their views on Iran, and they traveled to Iran a number of times, and they wrote this book. And I think it's a necessary read for Americans at the moment to see these are not Muslims. Actually, Hillary is Jewish, Flint is Catholic. They're not Iranian, and they were in the corridors of power. They worked in the White House. But when they wrote this book, Democrats and Republicans together attacked them, marginalized them, destroyed their reputations as much as possible. But what they were advising was the United States, instead of to antagonize Iran, to try to find a solution to sort of the China model, where the United States and the Chinese would build a bridge and develop relations. So,
Now,
anyone
wrong, Professor, but in let's see, right after 9/11, if I'm not mistaken, the Iranian people were supportive of the United States and were actually had candlelight vigils, as I recall. And then just months later, in I think it was March 2002, President Bush just completely pulled the rug out from under them and said they were part of an axis of evil. Did I have that timing correct?
You're absolutely correct. You're 100% correct. And the writer of that speech for the State of the Union address is one of those very hardcore Zionists. And so basically, the Iranians sympathize with the American people because 3,000 innocent people were killed. Yet, what happened in return is that Bush called Iran the axis of evil. And then we saw when Wesley Clark, that very famous video of him where he said that he went to the Pentagon and then he was told that they're going to attack 7 countries in 5 years. And basically, that's exactly what happened. Syria, Libya, Iraq, and so on. And then the last country was to be Iran. And now instead of 5 years, after 25 years, they've reached Iran. And so an unprovoked war, which was preceded by an armed insurrection, which the collective Western media, the Epstein class controlled media, whether, as I said, whether it's the Guardian or the New York Times or the Times of London and Fox News, all of them helped create that narrative, that fake narrative, to demonize Iran and then prepare the grounds for the accumulation of all these weapons and to carry out these assaults. And as it fails, they go deeper and deeper towards the destruction of the Iranian people. And as these very same people who claim to care about the Iranian people, all these media, in the UK, as I said, the Guardian, the BBC, Sky News, the Independent Times, or in the US, the New York Times, Washington Post, Fox News, MSNBC, ABC, NBC, CBS, none of them say anything about when Trump talks about obliterating Iran, or when he says they're going to send them back to the Stone Age. None of these media outlets or their journalists, who some of them have millions of followers, go and say this is outrageous. These are crimes against humanity. This is pure evil. I didn't see any of that on the front pages of the New York Times. He is threatening to carry out a Holocaust like no other, far greater than what we saw in Gaza. But the only complaint is that this is a foolish war. The price of gasoline is going up. This is Trump is insane. A couple of senators or a few Congress people have said that this is evil or these are war crimes. It's not war crimes. This goes far beyond that. When he says sending a country to the Stone Age and then insulting the Iranian people time after time, that means to destroy the country. He will fail, I have no doubt, but the price will be high. And the Iranians know that they have absolutely no option but to remain steadfast.
Well, that's one of the things I wanted to talk about, because and by the way, what time do you need to leave? Because I understand you're limited on time.
In about 20 minutes.
Okay, so all right, got it. Because this is, to me, is as important as something you said a second ago. President Trump, both this afternoon in front of the White House and then again during his speech here, referred to the situation in Venezuela. And he said, I'd like, if it was up to me, I would take Iran's oil. And he said, like we did in Venezuela, we're making $100 billion. We more than paid for our war over that time. So that's a really good deal. And, to the victor go the spoils is the phrase he used, making it pretty clear to me. And I put myself on the other side. If I'm an Iranian and I heard that, and I'm talking about like Foreign Minister Araghchi or the Pezeshkian or any of these other people, and I'm being told that he wants to negotiate an end to give freedom to the people or whatever, but I hear you say you actually want our oil. It sounds to me like you have no interest in the nuclear program and freedom for the people. You just want to steal our oil. And so to have any deal, it seems to me, would be to submit and hand over your natural resources to another country, meaning I would never under any circumstances do it. How does that strike you?
When you're driving, focus on the road. Don't let your phone blind you.
That is exactly the point. And also, you don't hear the Democrats saying we should get out of Venezuela and we should return their oil to the Venezuelans. We don't see the New York Times screaming about that. Again, the empire, when it comes to stealing and murdering and slaughtering and taking territory and taking assets, they're all the same. There's no difference. When Trump lost the Supreme Court case over tariffs, and he had a press conference, he was angry. He said, "You mean to say that I can destroy countries, but I can't impose $1 worth of tariffs?" And he was talking about Cuba. So as he was strangling Cuba and preventing oil from getting there, and all the hospitals were without electricity, and kids were dying, and people were dying in the hospitals, did you see any mainstream media outlet in the United States say that we're slaughtering kids in Cuba? No, because as I said, the Epstein-controlled media, the Epstein class-controlled media, it's the same Epstein class that controls the government. They control the media. They control the government. They may be there may be different factions. They may have differences with one another, and they have competing interests. But when it comes to empire, they have no sympathy. No one in Venezuela, when they started bombing those boats, or when they went inside the country and slaughtered 100 people and took the president and his wife hostage, no one in the United States, in the mainstream media, in the legacy media, the think tank, said we are the evil ones. And the only those who opposed the war were saying, yes, well, Maduro is evil, but we shouldn't do this. No, they are the aggressors. They are the destroyers. Whether it's Cuba, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Syria, where they carried out 15 years of dirty war and helped ISIS and Al-Qaeda to destroy the country simply because that's what the Israeli regime wanted, or whether it's the war with Iran now, this is all a war of plunder and empire. At least they should have the decency to say that, look, we don't care about human rights. The New York Times, The Guardian, The Independent, all of those fake supporters of human rights, those leftists or those on the right, whatever, they should at least have the decency to say that, look, we are 19th century, 18th century colonialists. We're out to take everything that you have. We will slaughter you like we've done in the past. And that's how it's going to be. But to say that they're doing it to free the people of Iran or Cuba or anyone else, it's just adding insult to injury. But the thing is that in the case of Iran, it's not going to work. It's going to bring about a global economic collapse.
Well, and that's actually what I wanted to ask you about next, because there's from all that you've told me here, I mean, it would be irrational and illogical for the Iran to make any kind of negotiation at all, or to give up control of the Strait of Hormuz. That would seem to be irrational. Therefore, I think we can logically conclude that they're not going to do either of those two things. And at 8 p.m. tomorrow night, Washington, D.C. time, apparently Trump is going to start making good on his attack on some of these energy infrastructures who are the water desalination plants or the bridges, other infrastructure inside of Iran. He seems to be eager to do that. If he starts to do that, what can the world imagine that the Iranian government is going to do next?
Iran will, because the Israeli regime is a part of this war, Iran will destroy whatever infrastructure in Israel that it can in retaliation. But what is more devastating to Trump is that his proxies in the Persian Gulf, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, and Bahrain, all of their vital infrastructure will be destroyed. Their oil installations will be destroyed. Their gas installation, their desalination plants, everyone will have to leave. These regimes will collapse. They will not survive. Iran will survive. It's a big country. And we've already seen how Iran can resist and how resilient the people of Iran are. We will survive, but these regimes will not. And that will cause a permanent crisis, energy crisis. There will be no hope for it to be eased. And the tankers that are in the Persian Gulf, they'll all be destroyed. They'll sink them to the bottom of the Persian Gulf. This is a war of survival. The United States leaves Iran no option, and especially since these regimes are all partners in U.S. crimes. They are the ones who are giving the U.S. the ability to use their airspace. They're using their territory. They're using their coast, their access to the Persian Gulf to strike Iran. All of the strikes against Iran, even when the helicopters came in and the C-130s came into Iran, they came from their airspace. Without the airspace of Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and these oil and gas-rich regimes in the Persian Gulf, the Americans wouldn't be able to fight a war against Iran. So Iran is saying that, well, you're a part of this war. You can't pretend to be neutral. You have blood on your hands. Now they're going to destroy our country through your territory, through your infrastructure. So we're going to do the same to you. We'll retaliate. And then we're going to have a crisis like no other before.
Are there any talks? I would imagine, again, putting myself in everybody's position here, if I was Kuwait or Saudi Arabia or Qatar or any of these places, UAE, I would be talking to Tehran and saying, hey, don't do this. Don't take this stuff out on us, especially permanent. And then I would imagine that Iran would be saying, okay, don't need to. Then you better get the United States to back off of what they're going to do. Are there any conversations like that going on?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what the Iranians have been saying from day one. But these countries, some of them don't have the ability to do so, or they don't want to do so. Remember, all these kings and princes and royal families, they have palaces in the United States. They have palaces across Europe. They have billions of dollars, tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars of assets in the West. If their regimes collapse, they're gone. They'll leave the people, and then you'll see millions of people driving towards Europe and across the deserts of the Arabian Peninsula, and it's going to get very hot in a few weeks. The Arabian Peninsula will be very hot in a month from now. So this is going to be an extraordinary war. You'll see millions of refugees going to Europe. You're going to see, going through Turkey, and we're going to see the global economy collapse. I mean, it's going to. What is Trump demanding? Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, which, by the way, it is open to countries that are not aligned to the United States. But those countries that are cooperating with the United States, their oil is not going through as we speak. But when that happens, then the Strait of Hormuz is useless. If let's say there's an agreement and if it's open, if there are no tankers, if there is no oil production, if there is no LNG production, then what's the use? So we're going to have a permanent removal of the energy, as well as the fertilizers, as well as the petrochemicals, as well as the market. Because these regimes, when they sell their oil, they send their money to the United States. They buy stocks, they buy bonds, they buy U.S. weapons. That market will disappear. So at multiple layers, the American people will suffer the consequences, but the whole world will suffer. Everyone will suffer a horrific.
Well, that was my next question. Is what about both China and Russia and many states in Asia, actually, because they may suffer more than anybody else, and those in Africa too. I've got some friends living there, and they're already feeling some of the effects of this. But if what you described happens as a result of our initiating an attack to potentially tomorrow night, everybody is going to pay a long-term problem here. Is there any diplomatic movement by any of these states to try and intervene between Iran and the United States?
Well, the Russians are benefiting enormously because the price of oil is going through the roof, and they're huge exporters. And in the United States, those producers of oil are going to make a killing too. It's the consumers whose lives are going to be destroyed and their businesses crushed. And as I said, the money that comes from the Persian Gulf will no longer be going there. The Chinese actually have the biggest reserves in the world right now. They've purchased a lot of oil, and of course they have the Russians. Ever since the Europeans cut off their oil and gas relations with Russia, they've been sending it to China. So China will be hurt a lot less than anyone else. But how can the Chinese or the Russians or others make a difference when Trump is behaving like a madman? I mean, people here are saying, they're saying, what did he do to these little girls? What do they have on this guy for him to be, be so crazy and insane in the way in which he speaks, and to say that he's going to send the Iranian people to the Stone Age? What can the Russians do? The only thing that's left to do is for the Iranians to remain steadfast. But I think we're going to have if he carries out with his threat, because the Iranians are not going to back down, we're going to have a crisis which is, I think, beyond anyone's imagination.
And just, I know you're about out of time here. Last question. In the event that does happen, that President Trump doesn't listen to anybody, he does launch some sort of a big attack against energy infrastructure, and Iran does what you suggested they're going to, and just starts methodically taking down all of this, and it has the impact you had, then there will come one of the things that I feared the most from the beginning here is that faced with a disaster, President Trump may then resort to one more escalation of a nuclear weapon to try and bring Iran to the heel, just like they did with Japan in 1945. What would happen in that case? Because literally Tehran could be vaporized. Is there any concern about that on the Iranian side?
Well, it just shows how sinister the regime in Washington is. It just shows how sinister Zionism is. It just shows the world what the reality of Zionism is. That is what you're talking about, the essence of Zionism, something that no one would even contemplate. No one like you or me would contemplate hurting a child. Yet for Netanyahu, for the Zionists, for Trump, and for the Israeli firsters in the White House and in Washington, massacring and sending people back to the Stone Age is normal. That's why the New York Times doesn't react to any of this language, because that's normal for them. Because they see the rest of the world like the Zionists do, like we're all Amalek. And for me, you probably heard, I have a bounty on my head right now. I'd prefer to die standing than to die on my knees. And those people on the streets, when the United States and Israelis fire missiles at these rallies, I published footage of them. People can go back a few weeks ago. There was a famous rally where a young woman was talking about why people are steadfast, why they're chanting God is great. And then that's when they fired a missile. And the crowd did exactly what she said. They didn't run. They didn't stampede. And she continued speaking. You would think that this would be the top news story across the Western world. And this young PhD student at the University of Tehran, she would be invited on all the Western media channels. But she was nowhere because the Western media censored her, because they do not want to show all these young Iranian women and young men on the streets unfazed, unwilling to stampede and run away. Because then it becomes clear that this woman doesn't need liberating. This woman is the one who can liberate those who are under the spell of the Zionist lobby and the Israeli regime. If you find this tweet, and this clip, and I've tweeted it multiple times 2-3 weeks ago, it's worth having your audience watch it. And it's also definitely worth your audience reading that book, Going to Tehran.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate you taking the time to come and talk to us about this. I'm just praying to God that some kind of talking like this, to at least be putting out there the catastrophic consequences of President Trump acting on his threats here, not just to Tehran, but to all of us, but especially those who may be under the bombs of it, just on a humanitarian level. That's our hope, that we're certainly going to continue to be that.
The Iranians are not going to give up, no matter what. And what this is going to cause is a civilizational collapse, in my opinion, across the world. And we're going to see tens, if not hundreds of millions of people on the move. And whether it's in Latin America, and the North America will be collapsing, but still people will be going down those routes that they've been going traditionally. And the same is true from Africa and Asia to Europe, even though Europe will be collapsing. There will be hunger, there will be starvation. What Trump is doing is just beyond belief. And the evilness of what he is saying and the implication of what he's threatening, you would think that they would remove him from power today. And you would think that the legacy media would be outraged and saying, how in the world could you ever talk about sending a nation a nation with thousands of years of heritage. And what is their crime? Their crime is that in 1979, they became independent of the United States. And then their crime is that they support the Palestinian people. They say no to genocide. The problem with the Iranian people is they're saying no to genocide. Just like they're saying no to the starvation of the people of Cuba, that's the crime of the Iranian people. The essence of their guilt, what is really lying behind the guilt of the Iranian people, is because they're saying Palestinians are not Amalek. They're human beings. Actually, they're the Semites. That is the real story, and that is why we must be crushed.
Well, we appreciate you coming on and giving your viewpoint on this.
Coughing. Follow me.